Right. Okay, good morning, everybody. I want to, on behalf of the President of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, Professor Matthew Adamu, FCBSN, KSF, welcome everybody on this second continuing education for 2025. I'm so excited to have all of you here. I'm glad you are able to make it. Like we all know, it is part of our mandatory assignment in the Veterinary Council of Nigeria to ensure that we carry out this continuing education program. I always say it, a leader is a learner is a leader. Learning is continuous, learning is dynamic. We learn every day. And so you are welcome to the second edition of this continuing education program. And I want to assure you it's going to be a wonderful time again as we take you through the lineup of activities that we have for you. I want you to know that in the lineup of activity for today, we are going to be having the chairman of the continuing education give us his own welcome remarks. And after that, we will have the president of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria give us a welcome speech. And after that, we are going to fast forward to the first presentation for today, which is going to be given by Dr. Ayola Oduntan, a leading figure in Nigeria agribusiness sector. Of course, you agree with me that he has over 3 decades of impact. So let me not let the cat out of the bag yet. And after Dr. Ayola Oduntan has given us his own presentation, we are going to be having our erudite scholar, the great Professor J.U. Umor. Professor Umor is my teacher. He actually is so many things to many of us. His CV, we don't know where to start. We don't know how to conclude it. But let me assure you that when you listen to Professor Umor, you will thank me later. Again, we are going to now move on to Professor Solomon Okayeto. Professor Okayeto was also my teacher. So incidentally, we have quite a number of people that will be talking to us who are one time my teacher and always my teacher. Professor Solomon Okayeto got our attention when we were undergraduate as someone who is a field man. You know, that is the first person that I know that handle ambulatory services. And they handle it with dignity, with respect. You just love it when they're handling ambulatory services. And so Professor Okayeto will be taking us on his own topic. And again, we'll be having with us very privileged Dr. Ishak Bello. Dr. Ishak Bello works with our Minister for Livestock Development. A very humble man, very quiet, and very knowledgeable in his field. When he rolls out what he has for us, you will agree with me that it's something you will all like. And like I said, these people are tested and trusted. Again, we are going to be having with us the former Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Agriculture, Zuru in Kebbi State, and the pioneer Vice Chancellor, Professor M.I. Ahmed. Professor M.I. Ahmed has so many discoveries. He will be sharing just a little with us about his discovery as a seasoned parasitologist. So I'm not letting the cat out of the bag. And of course, we are going to be concluding with my own brother, Dr. Abiola Olusoji. Dr. Abiola Olusoji will be giving us some things about piggery and rabbitry. And of course, when somebody has worked consistently on something, he must have something to offer. So that is the lineup of what we have for us today. We are sure you are getting set, fasten your seatbelt, and be sure to have a wonderful time. We are going to go for a very short interlude, and then we'll come back again. Thank you very much, and God bless every one of us.
If my lighting is not enough. Registrar, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You have the floor, sir.
Am I supposed to be talking now?
Yes, sir. It's your time now, sir. I guess it's network.
Registrar, given
network. It's like your network is not very good, sir.
Very good. Oh.
Hello, sir. Are you still there? Hello, sir. How is it? Because his photo is even frozen. Jeez.
Registrar.
Yes, sir. Your network is bad.
Network and
print out this now.
I've changed to another network. Dr. Fadigwe, is it better?
Yes, now you're loud and clear now, sir.
Okay.
So, okay. It's okay. It's okay, sir.
Hello, Dr. Fadigwe.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Hello. Chairman, sir. I think we'll just tell him to send his speech so that I'll put it on the platform. I think it's everyone.
Dr. Fadigwe, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Okay. You're disappearing and appearing. Maybe it's the network.
It's your network, sir.
I've changed to another network.
This one is better. So please go ahead before this network disappoints you again.
Okay, I should go ahead with my speech?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, the Registrar of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria. I want to appreciate all of us for joining in this continuing education. You will recall that a few months back, we had a continuing education, and today is the second edition of the continuing education for 2025. And I just have a simple message for us this morning. Inspirations without strategically harnessing the immense power of veterinary expertise. That's why we have as a team harnessing veterinary expertise in Nigeria's economic agenda, pathways for livestock resources, brilliant scientific minds, and a young population eager to lead. Veterinarians carry a critical mandate, one that reaches far beyond the clinic and the farm. We are nation builders. Nigeria's economic agenda, diversification, food security, job creation, public health, resilience, and global competitiveness cannot succeed without a strong veterinary sector at its core. Why? Because livestock and animal resources are not merely agricultural assets. They are catalysts of national prosperity. The livestock subsector contributes trillions of naira to our GDP, supports millions of households, and holds untapped potential for exports, pharmaceutical innovation, and biotechnology-led transformation. Yet this potential remains largely under-leveraged. Veterinary professionals hold the key to unlocking it. Will drive food safety. No nation can diversify its economy while depending heavily on improved diagnostics, preventive medicine, biosecurity systems, and disease surveillance. Veterinarians ensure that Nigeria's livestock population is healthy, productive, and safe. A healthy herd means a healthy economy. Second, we safeguard public health. Over 60%, like we know, of emerging infectious diseases are zoonotic. Whether we are talking about anthrax, Lassa fever, brucellosis, avian influenza, rabies, and the likes, veterinarians are Nigeria's first line of defense. By embedding veterinary expertise within the One Health framework, Nigeria strengthens its resilience, reduces economic losses from outbreaks, and protects its most valuable asset, its population, especially the young population. Third, we unlock wealth creation. From poultry to aquaculture, from dairy to leather, from feed production to pharmaceuticals, Nigerians power entire value chains. Veterinarians power entire value chains. Each chain represents industries that can employ thousands, generate export earnings, and lift communities out of poverty. With targeted investment, Nigeria can become West Africa's hub, and indeed Africa's hub for livestock products, vaccines, and veterinary innovation. But to achieve these ambitions, we must embrace new pathways of impact. One, we must deploy veterinary science as an economic strategy, not just an animal health service. Two, expand partnerships between veterinarians, agribusiness, investors, policymakers, and technology innovators. Three, we must strengthen veterinary education and research so our professionals can compete globally and lead regionally. That's why we keep doing this continuing education. Four, we must promote entrepreneurship among young veterinarians, building businesses that can create jobs and transform rural economies. Five, we must integrate veterinarians into national policy making, ensuring our expertise shapes decisions on food systems, trade, and public health. My dear colleagues, and indeed our guests, the question is not whether Nigeria needs veterinary expertise in its economic agenda. The real question is, are we ready to step boldly into the role history is calling us to play? The future of Nigeria's economic prosperity will belong to those who can combine knowledge with purpose, science and service, and expertise with national vision. That is the calling of the Nigerian veterinarian. We are protectors of life, enhancers of productivity, pillars of public health, and architects of sustainable development. Today, as we take part in this continuing education, each of us, whether students, veterinarians, paravets, policymakers, and indeed our guests, we must rise up beyond routine and embrace the extraordinary possibilities before us. Let us build a Nigeria where veterinary science fuels innovation, drives economic diversification, and supports national progress. I will encourage us to pay attention to the various plenary sessions we'll be having, take part in every part of today's continuing education. Probably maybe you need to just get a cup of coffee. Try to minimize movement and concentrate so that we can benefit maximally from today's part in this CE is a prerequisite. Indeed, is mandatory for the renewal of our annual practicing license as veterinarians. Together, we can transform our expertise into impact. Together, we can strengthen Nigeria's economic future. Together, we can ensure that veterinary excellence becomes a cornerstone of national prosperity. I welcome especially to this continuing education on this beautiful day, 20th November 2025. And I wish all of us a wonderful time as we continue in today's continuing education seminar. Thank you very much.
I've not been able to get it, President. bring Dr. Odutoh. Okay, thank you so much, the chairman of the Continuing Education Committee, Professor Paveno H. Bameyi. Professor Bameyi, you agree with me, is an orator par excellence. He's been able to put together something around the theme for us to digest. We will request him to send that speech to us. We'll drop it on our page so that you can still look at it afterwards. From now, I remember going to University of Jos for induction. I think that was their second induction. Professor Bameyi, who is the dean, gave his own welcome speech as the dean. I came back home, read the speech over and over again. I was given an opportunity somewhere to say something. I just sat down with that speech and I picked out a lot of highlights from there, and I was able to bless the people that invited me. Thank you so much, Professor Bameyi, for always putting together documents that will stand the test of time and even stand the test of eternity. The president of the BCN, like we all know, is a very busy man. And you know, at his engagement, he can be called upon by the president, commissioner, minister anytime. As soon as he's able to come, we're going to give him an opportunity to give us his own speech as the president of the BCN. But so that we will not waste time, we're going to quickly move on to bring up to stage Dr. Ayola Odutoh. But before he comes, let me quickly say a little about Dr. Ayola Odutoh. Dr. Ayola Odutoh is a leading figure in Nigeria's agribusiness sector. He has over 3 decades of impact across the poultry and livestock value chain. Currently, he is the group managing director of Amo Farm Sebe Hatchery Limited. That's number 1. Amo Bean Nigeria Limited. Number 2. Natundo Foods. Number 3. Diversity Solutions Limited. Number 4. DSL Farmer. Let me stop there for now. He is also the chairman and managing director of Sea Bless Fishing Company Limited. And currently, he presides over the Feed Industry Practitioners Association of Nigeria, FIPAN. I remember very well when he was contesting for this position as the president. We gave him all the support, and he is there doing us proud. He has previously served as the national president of Poultry Association of Nigeria, that he did for 5 years with all the transformation you can think of in that industry. A veterinarian by training, Dr. Odutoh has led practical large-scale solutions to long-standing challenges in the agriculture, particularly improving access to affordable protein and creating income opportunities in the underserved communities. Under his leadership in Amo Farm Sebe Hatchery, he introduced the Noila bird. Noila. There's no part of this country and beyond that you don't have Noila. Those birds are fantastic. When you want birds to convert waste to food, you know Noila is leading in that. Noila can survive anywhere. They are very hardy. A dual-purpose chicken breed designed to boost nutrition and income generation, especially for the rural women. The Noila Bird Project has now reached over 1.5 million households across Nigeria, and we are still counting. And we are also in 5 West African countries. Its success was recognized in a Harvard Business School case study in 2019 and presented at the school's agribusiness seminar in 2020. In addition, Dr. Odutoh spearheaded the establishment of the Natupreneur Farmer Scheme, a structured and scalable poultry farming model that has supported farmers across Nigeria. The initiative provides training, market access, and guaranteed take-off, strengthening farmer livelihood and contributing to national protein supply. Dr. Odutoh's leadership has earned him and his company numerous awards for excellence in agribusiness, His work continues to play a central role in advancing Nigeria's food system, a model of innovation, resilience, and commitment to agricultural development in West Africa. Of course, Dr. Odutola, like I told you earlier on, holds a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine degree from the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, naturally ahead. Of course, Dr. Odutola is married to Mrs. Wuraola Odutola, and they are blessed with children. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome, to give the keynote speech for this auspicious continuing education seminar, Dr. Ayola Odutola. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I am Registrar. Please confirm I'm audible. Am I audible and visible? Please confirm I am audible and visible. Please confirm I am audible and visible. Please confirm I am audible and please confirm I am audible and visible. Okay, thank you. I can see messages that say I am and visible. So I will go on. But can Dr. Fadikwe just give a thought to call? Can I get a thumbs up here, sir? I have a confession to make. I am new to this platform, and therefore, all right. Yes, doctor, I hear you trying to say something, but I can't hear anything.
So just stop to him.
I can hear somebody.
The orientation of your screen, sir.
I'm pressing many things, but I don't want to press something that will take me out. So can somebody walk me through the process of making that change, please? Like I said, I'm not familiar with this system. I believe the administrator can make the necessary change to my orientation. If I turn it like this, okay. I don't know whether that will work. I'm sorry about this. The learning is we should have rehearsed this before we started. Okay. Nope, I think it is better. Okay, I think I would start. The thing keeps flipping over itself, and I don't know what to do. So, okay, I'm okay now, Dr. Naharo says. Thank you very much. I will start my presentation. Thank you very much, distinguished veterinarians. I would like to, stand on all existing protocols because I have wasted enough time testing the mic. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to speak on a subject like this that strikes at the heart of both national development and well-being. Nope. Okay, we'll do this. I'll assume the whole audience is seated in front of me right here. Then, so in the discourse around Nigeria's economic growth, we often emphasize oil, manufacturing, and digital innovation. Yet, one of our most strategic and underutilized sectors remains animal production and the veterinary expertise that sustains it. I'm sure there have been many eloquent speakers in the past who have spoken about, areas that I'm quite unfamiliar with. And I think one of the reasons why I was brought here is to come and speak about the area that the business of making money in a very difficult country like Nigeria, and using leveraging veterinary profession and veterinary expertise to be able to survive. So forgive me if I spend a lot of my time on that. Now, I realized very, very early on in my career that my study of veterinary medicine was not for me to be able to talk and behave like a medical doctor. It became very, very clear that I could leverage the knowledge of veterinary medicine to become a producer of food. In fact, walking around with my mother in the market, trying to get a discount of 5 naira on half a kilo of meat that we're going to cook that day, showed me something very clearly. People must eat. And if they eat in the morning, they would need to eat in the afternoon, whether they can afford it or not. And if they eat in the afternoon, they would need to eat again in the evening. And that stuck with me as a child, that whoever is producing this food will do very well for himself. So from the beginning, the veterinary profession was far more than the art of treating animals. It was a critical pillar of food security, public health, and sustainable livelihoods. So a lot of the times when we were being trained in the vet school, I kept on thinking, how can this training be converted to the production of food and therefore the production of money. I'm not going to be holier than thou about this. This was the reality. So, for me, the focus from the beginning was about food and about economics. And those of you that know me very well know that I started the first fast food joint or restaurant in the Ahmadu Bello University. It was called 90s. It was in front of Amina Hall. And, we did very well. Although it was a major distraction in vet school, but we did very, very well. As students selling burgers and meat pies in front of Amina Hall in Zaria. So this is a very important point. The veterinary profession is far more than the art of treating animals. It is a critical pillar of food security, public health, and sustainable livelihoods. When properly integrated into Nigeria's economic agenda, veterinary science can drive agricultural productivity, reduce poverty, safeguard human health, and open new frontiers for trade and industrialization. As veterinarians, hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible? Hey, no.
Yes, you're audible enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry about this. I'm working with an iPad, and I believe there might be some compatibility issues or some issues here that I do not quite understand. So we'll go on. Can please, up to what point did you hear me? Can somebody unmute and talk to me? Yes. Up to what point did you hear me?
About 3 minutes ago.
Okay.
Is it up to?
All right. Thank you
Go on,
very
so
much.
answer.
So what is the current landscape? Nigeria's livestock sector contributes significantly to the GDP, providing food, employment, and raw materials for industries. Our statistics are guesstimates at best, so I will not repeat them, but these are what we have on record. But I'll tell you something. The Saudi government has made orders for our livestock for billions of dollars. There are companies in the United Arab Emirates that are offering us billions of dollars to export grass. I know a gentleman who has been working on this for the last 2 years, and he has not been able to get it done. This is foreign exchange. These are opportunities, and they are part of our economic landscape. So yet, despite this enormous potential, the sector's contribution to national income remains suboptimal. Recurrent disease outbreaks, low productivity, inadequate veterinary infrastructure, and poor investment in animal health research have constrained growth. I was in Kenya 3 weeks ago. I went to try and study end to end their production systems for the export of goats. I went from the villages where the Maasai reside all the way to the ports where the containers are being loaded to the UAE. So a lot of very, very interesting things. These operations and these dollars are being earned by people who are non-veterinarian and who probably don't have the skills that the average veterinarian in Nigeria has. No insults intended. Please forgive me if I have crossed any lines. But that is a system that is working. And it's not rocket science. They always come in fast and furiously from these countries. Somebody is able to gather these goats and in the rural communities, fatten them if necessary, take them to an internationally certified slaughter slab, process them, load them into take them to the airport where they're loaded into containers, weighed, tested, and they join the next flight out to become shish kebab or whatever in some exotic location somewhere, and does into the economy of Kenya. To me, it's not rocket science. It just requires certain steps and protocols to be followed diligently from beginning to end, all the way out. We've been exporting hatchable eggs, day-old chicks from this country since October last year. The hassle at the ports at the airports is significant. For reasons that we will discuss at another meeting, cost of freight from Nigeria is among the highest in the world. And then the challenges that you face also, in trying to dominate your exports is immense in Nigeria, so we understand. In some of these countries, if an item is destined for export, nobody stops it. It's giving free passage to go out. So some of these are the challenges and the opportunities we see, and that we believe that the potential is there for us to exploit. Another one is the opportunity for grass. I can remember a few of my classes in Zaria where we were taught about grass. It is huge dollar-based business now. But even without the dollar base, has anybody tried to feed the thousands of animals that are in the markets or in goods around the that look so cachectic? Is there a market for some kind of feed for the livestock industry in Nigeria? Somebody created and expanded the market for poultry and poultry feed. In some countries, large animal feeding is bigger than poultry. It's bigger than poultry feeding. So yes, there are enormous potentials, and not just potentials to make us prosperous as veterinarians, but potentials to also significantly impact our country. But the root of these challenges lies a weak integration of veterinary skill into national planning and agricultural policy implementation. Addressing veterinary expertise, the economic imperative. Veterinary professionals are uniquely positioned to transform Nigeria's agricultural landscape through multiple pathways. One, enhancing productivity. Through better disease surveillance, vaccination campaigns, and biosecurity systems, veterinarians can reduce mortality rates and increase animal yield, directly improving rural incomes and national GDPs. I'll give an example that comes to mind. How did India solve their milk problem and become the #1 milk producer in the world? They did it by encouraging nearly every household to own a number of cows, and they created an enabling environment where you could take your milk for proper processing and storage, transportation, or sales if it is fresh. The production and sale of livestock in Nigeria should be democratized. Food security and safety. Healthy animals produce safe and high quality meat, milk, and eggs. Veterinary oversight ensures that food products meet both domestic and export standards, reducing foodborne diseases and enhancing trade competitiveness. NAFDAC held a seminar yesterday on World Antimicrobial Awareness Week. I think talking basically about microbial resistance in the abuse of antibiotics. And there's a lot of emphasis on what the veterinarians are doing and can do. It's getting a lot of funding from international organizations. I think we as veterinarians should take a leadership role in this movement, first of all, to attract the funding, and secondly, to improve the quality of what we produce and to be able to explore the export opportunities that arise. Public health protection, research, innovation, and biotechnology, and then trade and export opportunities. Strengthened veterinary services can help Nigeria meet international sanitary and phytosanitary standards, unlocking export markets for meat, dairy, hides, and animal byproducts. Yes, our per capita consumption in Nigeria is low in terms of meat consumption. As the economy continues to grow and purchasing power increases, there are opportunities that we as veterinarians can leverage to maximize these gaps. So what are the pathways for impact? Policy integration. I am so enthusiastic about the Minister of Livestock Development. For me, it was a great opportunity for us. And I thank God that it happened. I'm very enthusiastic about the current minister, who has not stopped working from the very first day he was inaugurated. In fact, the day he was announced that minister, he joined us in long queues in Abuja and has shown great interest. Fortunately, he's also a practitioner, so he understands where the shoe is pushing. And I believe that all the groundwork he has, by the time they come together, would have much better integration, and this will significant improvement in stock production. Capacity. Professor Bamayi mentioned veterinary education. It's very accurate. It is changing very rapidly. It was not here today. I would be at a program being organized by Zenith Bank on artificial intelligence. I think that things will change very quickly in the next few years, and we must be dynamic enough to change as well. But this will not happen if we don't ensure that, or this will only happen if we ensure that our teachers, first of all, are adapting very quickly, and we're giving them opportunities to adapt, that they can teach the students. But there's another part of veterinary education that I want to talk about, and that is the economy, the education of business. My first job when I left ABU, I got because during my youth service, I was attending a computer training school. Computers were still on MS-DOS and all of that at that time. But there was a computer training school too far from my house. And honestly, I had a girlfriend at that time who studied computer science and said, let's go for this thing. And I started to go for it just because I thought I was intrigued by the opportunities that computers would bring, among other things. Part of the computer training school is business education. So they taught us accounts for non-accounting managers. They taught us about trading profit and loss, balance sheet, and all of those things. Then they taught us a little bit about economics and several other things. I went for interview with Pfizer and I went for interview with Sanders Feeds. And the MD of Sanders Feeds at that time put a trading profit and loss account in front of me and said I should analyze it. The interview was for veterinarians and animal scientists. About 300 of us. Only 3 of us were recruited. I was one among those recruited. And the only reason why I got that job was because I had a very, very good point of what a profit and loss account looked like. And I was able to decipher all the zeros and the ones and all the numbers that I saw there. And that knowledge, which I have improved on consistently, has been a very important part of whatever I have done since. Every veterinarian will at one point in time or the other raise an invoice. At one point in time, whether you're a consultant, whether you're a small animal practitioner, even as a professor, invited to come and do some consulting somewhere at the Gates Foundation or wherever, you'll be asked to fill some forms that are an invoice. I think, and I believe the Veterinary Council is working on it, so I'm not trying to preach to the reverend, but I think veterinary education in business should be a very, very important part of our curriculum. And feel free to use some great veterinarians that are on the field, that have succeeded in the world of business. Use them as your train the trainers, or even the trainers of the students themselves. I'm sure they will be more than happy to give back to the school that made them who they are. Strengthening the traditional frameworks, we have discussed about the Veterinary Council, research institutes, and animal. And like I said, I'm focusing more on the business side of things. Public-private partnerships, collaboration between government, industry, and academia can expand vaccination coverage, disease surveillance, and animal product value chains. Very soon, we are going to launch a program that will reward significantly academic institutions are able to identify and put forward industry-based products that can be converted to commercial use. Our stores are full in all the universities, products that could make the university hundreds of millions of naira and make the researchers quite comfortable as well. I'm not sure it is getting enough attention. It is did. I put a challenge to some nutritionists a few years ago, because the reality is that we have issues here that are not issues in other parts of the world, and therefore do not constitute a challenge for them and is therefore not worth their while. The issue of soft chicken from broiler was the issue I put before them. And I said, we are ready to fund any researcher who has done the groundwork to tell us which seeds, vegetables, spices, or whatever can make broiler chicken tougher. Now, in the Americas and Europe, they would never research into that kind of thing because it's not a problem for them. They are actually seeking ways of creating softer chicken. But we have strong teeth. We like tasty chicken. Of course, the Noila is a good example of a tasty meat. But is it possible to do the same for broiler? What I'm trying to say, in effect, is that these are all opportunities that can come from innovation. And therefore, digital and data and digital innovation is absolutely critical for us. I would like to conclude at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, the veterinary profession is not peripheral to national growth. It is central to Nigeria's economic resilience. We need to understand the fact that we are in the middle of this economy. We are in the middle of this economy. We are center and forward in the change that must happen in this country. And we must say this with full chest and with confidence. If we harness veterinary expertise strategically, we can transform livestock from a subsistence activity into a multi-billion naira industrial value chain that creates jobs, enhances nutrition, drives exports, and protects public health. All these industries that are emerging should have veterinarians in leadership. We have been trained to take leadership in any place we find ourselves. Any. We just need to apply the same courage, same energy that we applied to be able to graduate from veterinary school. A few champions that have shown the way in different parts of our industry and in different other industries. In doing so, we will not only uplift the veterinary profession, but also secure a stronger, healthier, and more prosperous veterinarian and veterinarians in Nigeria and in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
So, bring me on. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ayola Odutan, for that keynote speech, looking at the theme of our outing. It's actually very gratifying to hear all those real-life experiences being shared. For many of us, the veterinary space is about experience. And I remember when we were in school, we were told that disease does not read book, meaning that there is a lot to be garnered from the field. And we are so delighted and excited to hear from your wealth of experience on the field. And one thing that caught my attention is the fact that you say you were in Kenya recently. Not in Kenya for holiday, not in Kenya for any other thing, but in Kenya for learning, for discovery, for search again. Wow, 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 wow. I'm excited. And that is why it's obvious that we will always be looking at you ahead, ahead, and ahead. Thank you very much, Dr. Oduton. I want to plead with our participants to please drop any question they have on the chat box. You can begin to drop your questions on the chat box so that we can engage our able leader a little more. He has spoken to us on harnessing veterinary expertise in Nigeria's economy. He has spoken to us so well on it, giving us the current landscape. And of course, he has given us the economic imperative, looking at enhancing livestock productivity, food security and safety, public health and public health protection, research, innovation and biotechnology, trade, export opportunities. And of course, he had given us pathway for impact, and it's so wonderful to have listened to him. We are going to be sending the document to you afterwards so that you can study it and have it for keep. Be assured that all our presentations will be sent to us so that we can go over it. So please keep it coming on the chat box if you have any question so that we can quickly take it before we go to the next paper. Any question on the chat box?
There's only one choice voting. No question.
Okay. It's like people are excited and glad to have listened to Dr. Ayola Oduton. We are not getting questions for him. Like I said, I enjoyed all those practical experiences that you cannot get from anywhere else that I shared. And there's a story he told us again that I will not forget, on how he was able to improve himself with the use of technology when he had somebody close to him who could assist him. Okay, any question? Okay, just a comment. Okay.
You should read the screen.
It's on the screen. If you're able to read it,
Okay.
we have just one question now.
Okay, thank you. Please explain what you mean that production and sales should be democratized. I'm saying that how many veterinarians have livestock that they're holding, that they're keeping? How many people in our villages have we encouraged to do livestock production? And I'm not talking about large numbers. The biggest farms in Nigeria started with 200 birds. I know because there were customers in Amu Farm Sanders 30, 40 years ago. Fortunately, some are gone, but some are still quite alive. And so I'm saying that livestock production should be a tool that all of us will embrace. So, for instance, in our village in Awe, we have a plan 2026 that we're going to shortlist as many families, homesteads as possible, and see how we can empower them to have goats, sheep, and even a few heads of cattle in their backyards. When we started the Noila movement, it started from zero. I coined that name Noila. And I'd like to ask my professional colleagues that please, if anybody comes to you and says they have Noila, if it's not from Amu Farm Sibra Hatchery, it's not Noila. Because the pure lines, the grandparent stock, the parent stock is in our company. Not say, for instance, that I'm selling Issa Brown if I don't own Issa Brown parent stock. And this is becoming a problem because a farmer called me yesterday and said his birds had not done well. And that when he did the research, he found out they were not birds from us. They were birds that had come from somewhere else. So the point I'm trying to make is that over the last 11 years, from 2015, we have produced 105 million Noila Delu chicks spread across the length and breadth of this country. But it started from zero. The point I'm trying to make is that it started from zero to the point where, by the grace of God, everybody knows the name Noila. So my point is this: we have to start from somewhere, and we can start to build that up. And every village in this country and everybody in every village in this country can become a livestock farmer. And if a veterinarian positions himself well, he would be the off-taker for whatever those farmers are producing, and will then be able to create a supply chain. It sounds very difficult. Trust me, it is. But is it doable? Yes. Why do I know it is doable? Because by the grace of God, we did it. And many others that are doing other things in the space. Over. How about regulations? Are there any particular guidelines or things we need to know to begin importation of this livestock produce? I'm sorry, we're not importing any livestock produce. We are exporting. We are exporting. Our intention is to export. And we have what it takes to become a net exporter. So of course, there are guidelines. The customers will give their specifications. The customers will give their specifications. The country that is importing has specifications. They have specifications. There are guidelines. But the guidelines are not impossible to overcome. And we're still talking to government about making certain corrections in guidelines. For instance, avian influenza is back in Taraba. But companies that are exporting poultry products from Nigeria are in areas that don't have avian influenza. And in all the countries around the world, they have something called partitioning. They have partitioned certain parts of the country where they have let the world know are free of avian influenza, so that the business export can continue for the benefit of the country. So we need to start to create government policies that encourage business on a continuous basis. Yes, okay. I hope I answered your question. Dr. Martins.
Thank you so much for those responses. We are very, very grateful and we are satisfied with the responses. We want to appreciate you very sincerely for creating time to be here. We know how busy you could be, but each time we call, you are always available. We are not taking it for granted. And we pray that the Lord will keep you, He will watch over you, and He will keep granting you your heart desires as you desire to move the veterinary profession forward. Every of your heart desire will come to pass. We are so grateful. Those exploits are things that have brought us to you. And we'll keep savoring them as much as we can. Wonderful regards to Mommy Wura, Sister Wura, and your entire family and all your staff worldwide. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, sir.
Okay, we want to move on, and in moving forward, we have the honor and privilege of bringing to stage our very own Professor Jalat Udo Umar. He is a fellow of the College of Veterinary Surgeons of Nigeria, fellow Academy of Science, and the list is on and on. So I'm turning the mic now to the Deputy Registrar, Veterinary Council of Nigeria, who also doubles as the College Secretary, Postgraduate College of Veterinary Surgeons, Dr. Ellen Oputa, to read out the citation of our dear professor as we bring him upstage. Over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. The Acting Registrar, Veterinary Council of Nigeria, Dr. Fadipe Benita Oladotun. Thank you for this opportunity to stand in this space. And I want to thank the whole veterinary community and permit me to stand on existing protocols. I'd like to read out the citation of somebody I consider a father in the profession. He has been an inspiration. I was not a student of A.B. Uzaria, finished from UNA, but I was privileged to, reap from his wealth of experience when he taught us public health and preventive medicine when I was a resident in the College of Veterinary Surgeons. Professor Umar attended St. Columbanus Secondary School, Ikwen, Obot, Akara local government area, for his secondary education, and St. Patrick's College, Calabar, for higher school education. He graduated with a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, DVM degree from Ahmadu Bello University, ABU Zaria. Incidentally, that was the year I was born, 1974. Master of Science in Public Health and Doctor of Philosophy from the University of Missouri, USA in 1977 and 1980 respectively. He joined the services of ABU Zaria after NYSC in 1975 and climbed through the ranks to become a professor in October 1989. He taught veterinary public health courses at undergraduate and postgraduate level and has supervised about 75 MSc works and 45 PhD theses. Professor Umar won 8 prizes as an undergraduate student in 1974 and the Beecham Fies Zeta Research Award as a graduate student in the University of Missouri in 1979. He has held many administrative offices both at ABU and at Akwa Ibom State University. Among such are membership of various committees, head of Department of Veterinary Public Health and Preventive Medicine on several occasions, Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Dean of Postgraduate Studies at ABU, Zaria, and Akwa Ibom State University, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Acting Vice Chancellor, ABU, Zaria, and Chairman Committee of Deans in Akwa Ibom State University. He was a member of WHO Consultative Committee on Rabies from 1991 to the year 2003. He was head of Public Health Specialty Group, College of Veterinary Surgeons, Nigeria, from 2006 to 2012, and later became the provost of the College of the Veterinary Surgeons of Nigeria from 2012 to 2021. He's a fellow of Alexandra von Humboldt's Foundation, fellow College of Veterinary Surgeons and Nigeria, and fellow Nigerian Academy of Science. He has authored and co-authored over 250 articles in peer-reviewed scientific journals. Please join me as we welcome this giant, the living legend of the veterinary profession. I present to you Professor Umo, Udo Umo. Welcome, sir.
Mute his mic. I'm trying to mute, but it's not working.
I'm unmuted. Okay. Thank you very much for. Hope you are hearing me. I'm being heard. Am I heard?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are.
Okay. So what happened to my slides? Would they come or?
Coming up. It's coming up.
Okay. So I thank you all. Thank the Veterinary Council of Nigeria for the invitation to talk on veterinary ethics and best practices in a challenging economy. I hope people are hearing me, but yeah. I know this is a difficult topic for me to talk on. It is difficult because a lot of you, all the veterinarians, are already familiar with the veterinary ethics and best practices. So it is a difficult thing for me to talk on this, on things you are already familiar. But I know that every veterinarian knows what he's supposed to do. We know that our profession is concerned with diagnosis, treatment of sick animals, prevention and control of animal diseases, public health, safety of foods of animal origin, research, administration, and in fact, as Dr. Dunton has said it, in being in agribusiness. So we are all involved in this. And veterinary profession is a very wide profession. And you know it. There are so many specialties. So many things are coming up. And it is for us to continue to key into things as they come. Because veterinarians are well-trained people. They spend time in the training. The training is to make you be prepared for the world. And in fact, as Dr. Dunton just said, if you work the same zeal as you were studying in the veterinary school, you should do well as a veterinarian, both in the public service and in the private service. Well, challenging economic situations will affect veterinary services. But veterinarians must survive. You must survive as a veterinarian. And to survive, it means you have to make some adjustments. The slides are not coming up, though. That's the problem. You will make some adjustments. But there one thing in all the discussion on all what I'm going to say today, bear the following in mind: that you are working for welfare of animals, that you must have cordial relationship with your clients, and that you must maintain the dignity of the veterinary profession. Those are the three things. everything I'm going to say is going to hang around this. Having the welfare of animals, having cordial relationship with your clients, maintaining the dignity of the veterinary profession, regardless of the economic situation. So how will you then maneuver yourself to handle this? That is the issue. I will look at the key definitions in the topic that they gave me. Veterinary ethics, best practices, and challenging economy. And then we try to combine all of these and see what we can do to to solve the problem. And you also will have to know, or I'll have to remind you of your obligations as veterinarians. Because if you know your obligations and you act ethically, it would lead to prosperity. I've always said, just like Dr. Oduntun just said, that if you combine your veterinary knowledge and have a little bit of business knowledge, you will prosper as a veterinarian in any field that you choose to be. But let's look at the definitions. First, veterinary ethics. These are the moral principles that guide. These are the moral principles that guide the veterinary practice. Okay, moral principles that guide veterinary practice. Providing competent care with compassion, respect for animal welfare, and public health. And you must try to balance patients' needs, the client's interests, and your professional obligations. Always three things to balance: patients' needs, welfare of the patients, and what the client desire. In fact, in livestock, you know, the client is in livestock business to make money, and therefore that will be at the back of your mind. And then your professional obligations to act ethically will be also important. So maintaining ethical standards, high quality animal care, cordial relationship with client, and professional veterinary professionalism should be what we aim at. So what is ethics? I've just defined that, and it's knowing the difference between what you have to do and what you have the right to do and what is right to do. Now, I'm talking about best practices. I'm not about in the definition. Best practices is following acceptable or prescribed laid down approaches to most effectively or correctly handle an action for optimal efficiency. The best way of doing things. That's what I'm saying here. The best way of doing things, and that is what the veterinary best practices are. What is the best way to do things? Now, I have a list of items. The first covers everything. Move on. And this includes maintenance of best practices, include maintenance of clean environment, implementation of sanitation and infection control, using the best methods, using evidence-based methods for animal treatment, double checking your procedures before to avoid error in medication, being honest, accountable, and fair, and trustworthy, not revealing confidential information pertaining the animals and the client to anybody unnecessarily. having good communication skills and having good communication skills, having right animal health team and proper delegation of duties. You're able to manage all these things. Good record keeping in all activities. I'm sure that you know that in anything you do, good record keeping is important. Whether you are in business or in clinic and everything, good record keeping is important, because you have not only keep record. Keeping record without analyzing the records is useless. So the record keeping is to help you to make informed decisions. So veterinarians are you are above in the medical practice. You are there up. You have adequate knowledge. You have adequate clinical experience. You have professional training that make the clients respect you. So you earn very high respect. Okay, then the next issue in the topic is a challenging economy. Next, a challenging economy. A challenging economy is economy that is characterized by inflation, high inflation, high level of unemployment, poverty, disruptions in supply chains, and rising trade tensions that we have up and down, tariff up, tariff down, and all those ones. Political instability, corruption, reliance on one commodity as a trade like Nigeria now. Yes, there's so many things coming up, but oil is the main one. So we seem to rely mainly on oil for drilling. Inadequate skilled workers for running the economy. As what I learned from what Dr. Runton said, you should, as individual, try to acquire extra skills. He went on NYSC, and during that period, went in to do computer training. And during that computer training, he didn't just go and learn Microsoft Word up and down. We also learn business management, a little bit of business management, which helped him to be selected during the interview because he knew a little bit of business. So always try to develop skills that would help you to move on. But let's look at our situation in Nigeria. Well, the inflation rate is about 20%, although we are told now that it has come down. Well, it has come down officially, but it's not translating yet. We hope that it will translate. And most households spend more than 70% of their earnings on just food. The naira is unstable. You check, you say today it has depreciated, tomorrow it has appreciated, and all that, up and down. And the devaluation that we had actually affected salary earners. And those who are earning salary among you know that, because the salary you earn does not balance the devaluation rate, but the high cost of things have come, and therefore making you poorer than you should have been. And Nigeria keep on borrowing. They keep on borrowing, and because of that, we are spending a lot of our money in debt servicing. The public education is underfunded. Yes, you have heard all the veterinary schools we have so far are in public education, public universities, and the funding has declined terribly. Well, I've seen rumors that ASU is on strike from tomorrow, but all these are issues. The public universities are slowly dying. I remember in ABU, in our class, well, we were not too many. We were 28 or so in the final year, but everybody, only 4 group, only 4 in a group for surgery, not more than that, 4 in a group for everything. But now, I don't know, I think it's this thing. Everything has gone down, and it's not very well. So you have that kind of situation. You have insecurity that is affecting everything, affecting farming, affecting food availability, insecurity, and then of course we also have, everybody knows, government have been fighting it. They continue to fight, and that is the high level of corruption. In general, poverty resulting from challenging economy can negatively affect ethical practices if we don't take time, and implementation of best practices in the veterinary profession. So we go on to analyze this. In Nigeria, as I've mentioned, we have what in theory called dependency theory, because the economy depends on foreign investment and only one product. And then, but the most important theory that governs our economy here is resource cost theory, where the resource is a cost. Resource cost theory. We have abundant oil resources and mineral resources, and therefore we are not diversifying enough. We are not spreading out enough into other things that could have improved the economy. We depend on that, and therefore the oil has become a cause rather than a blessing, because it has led to economic instability, corruption. All the corruption you are hearing is around oil, mostly around oil, and it has also led to poor governance. So we have all those situations in our country, and we now would put relationship. Please, can you move? We now put relationship between the best practices and economic and veterinary ethics. What I say here is best practices plus adequate plus veterinary ethics will give you very good outcome. And the outcomes of our interest generally improve animal welfare, professional satisfaction, sustainability of the business. You must sustain the business. That is. So we look at best approaches. I'm going to best practices. I'm going to spend a lot of time on best practices. We look at best practices. We will cover the client relationship, financial management, professional development, and communication skills. All they put together, the best way to handle those things, the best way to do things. And if you combine that with veterinary ethics, respect for animal welfare, respect for clients' rights, upholding professional standards and being honest and transparent, acting in the best interests of the clients, acting in the not or minimizing harm to animals and humans and environment. Putting all those together is also having looking at human animal bond and environmental impacts. That's what we call the Fraser's practical ethics. You put all those together, working best practices combining with veterinary ethics will give us, as I said, improved animal welfare, which is at the beginning I said that's what we are looking at. The animal welfare, improved animal welfare. It will also give us cordial relationship with the clients, and also professional satisfaction. We will satisfy as a profession because we are able to yes, we maintain our dignity. We have high level of dignity, and we can sustain the practice. Now, we also will have to look at what ethical models are we going to have. You're going to, the challenges occur in veterinary practice. What challenges are you expecting? As a veterinarian, you have challenges. And sure, in this economy, you have how to balance financial constraints. How do you give good quality care when the client doesn't have money? You know what to do. So that is already a challenge to you. You know what to do, but the client doesn't have the money. You have to also look at the animal welfare versus client's interest. So again, animal well-being had to be weighed against client financial situation. And then for veterinarians, you have to look at conflict of interest because of lack of money. Because your situation is getting bad, you now maybe begin to do things that you shouldn't do in order to make money. You now begin to get this money, incentives, things that shouldn't be done in order to get money. So if you analyze that again with the ethical decision making, ethical theories, I have 3 of them here. Fraser's practical ethics is one which gives us the interconnectedness between humans, animals, and environmental well-being, which is also comparable to what they call one welfare. We have one health that is going on, but now there's another framework that is invoked, and that is one welfare. One welfare now is not only dealing with health. It's like one health is a portion of one welfare, because one health is not deals with health. One welfare deals with the whole well-being of the humans, the environment, and animals. Okay, and that is in the Fraser's practical ethic. And then you also have what they call theoretical domain framework. Understanding the behavior in terms of behavior of people towards accepting what the veterinarian says is also in the third model, which is a capacity opportunity model, common model, is behavior of the clients towards what the veterinarian is recommending. You are recommending some kind of biosecurity measures. Is the client accepting or not accepting because of his financial situation? I know what to say certain things, do certain things. You are also, these models could be used in promoting responsible antibiotic use. Antibiotic resistance is a big thing, in fact, as mentioned by Dr. Otukun. Around time there was NAFDAC had a seminar yesterday on that, so it's quite a big thing. And then, how does client adhere to the recommendations of the veterinarians? All these models explain that. So, because it is that you make decisions, or you give instructions, or at least you say, oh, this should be done. Please, client, do this. And it's not doing it because, well, lack of money, or because of his general behavior. Okay, this is my animal, let anything happen to it doesn't matter to me. So those are some of these ethical situations that come up. Now, what are your obligations? I want to consider that your obligations as a veterinarian, and that is already summed up properly in the oath you take. The oath veterinarians take before they are allowed to practice after graduation from the veterinary school. You take the oath. Well, remember being admitted to the profession, to the veterinary profession. You put your name, solemnly declare and promise to use my scientific knowledge and professional skills for the benefit of society through the protection of animal health, the relief of animal suffering, the conservation of livestock resources, the promotion of animal production and of public health, and the advancement of veterinary knowledge. I will practice my profession conscientiously and with dignity, in keeping with the principles of veterinary ethics. I accept as a lifelong obligation the continual improvement of my professional knowledge and competence. I remember working for Veterinary Council as a member of Veterinary Council occasionally, or as Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, having to say something during oath taking ceremony. I always base my talk on knowing the importance of the oath, because the oath is a very serious commitment, and you have to abide by this. Let me remind you, because all of you have taken this oath before, and you still maybe refresh your mind by repeating the words of the oath to know what you have sworn to, and at the end you say, "So help me God." Looking at this, you say you use your scientific knowledge and professional skills. It means that you have to develop yourself, continue to develop yourself, and also the skills meant here, the skills, the knowledge you have acquired during your training to be a veterinarian, and that you use for the benefit of society. The knowledge you have is not for you alone; it's for the benefit of society. When your knowledge benefits society, you also promote veterinary medicine. Then promotion of animal health. This includes diagnosis, treatment, prevention, and control. Normal thing you do as a veterinarian. And you relief of animal suffering. Please note that animals feel pain, and it is for you to relieve suffering in all situations. It's your obligation. You have taken your oath on it. You take care of the welfare of animals, to conserve livestock resources, maintaining genetic diversity of the livestock. And you also promote animal production. So you have to devise means, strategies to promote animal production, especially through prevention and control of diseases in general and general animal health management. But you can also, as said by Dr. Dontan, get into business of animal production. You have the training. You have spent years training, apart from the disease aspect, you have spent years being trained in animal production. Apply that knowledge. You will be enhancing the veterinary profession. Promotion of public health, yes, that is there. You are to ensure safety of foods, especially of animal origin. Well, here I talk about the export. Somebody asked a question about exporting fruit, exporting meat, or what outside the country, and what regulations they exist. Yeah, there are regulations, but we should do this ethically. Whatever you're going to do it ethically. Yes, because and obey the regulation. Don't cut corners, because if you cut corners, if you are caught, it will be a disgrace to the profession. So, but you promote public health, and then of course you are involved in the control of zoonotic diseases. Then the next key thing there, phrase there is advancement of veterinary knowledge and continual improvement of personal knowledge and competence. You are required by the oath you take to keep on advancing veterinary knowledge, to read books coming out, to get to seminars like the one being organized on workshops, just like the one being organized by Veterinary Council here, to learn new techniques on how to handle animal diseases or any other thing that related to vet medicine. You learn new techniques. And then the last aspect here is professional dignity. You must, as a veterinarian, maintain reputation of the profession at all times. You must maintain the reputation of the profession at all times. This requires being competent. You have to read and keep on studying, get new knowledge, being confident in handling things, being honest to everybody, especially your clients, and being transparent in dealing with your clients. In that way, you maintain the veterinary dignity of the veterinary profession. We are told that. And I also have here what I adapted from what the Canadian Veterinary Medical Association had, which is applicable to us here. And it has to do with the general principle of veterinary ethics. What do you mean? In fact, I call it best practice. I don't know the difference between the best practices and veterinary ethics are almost very close together. So I have a list of things there, but let me read them through. The slides are not coming out for me, but a veterinarian should be dedicated to providing competent veterinary medical care with compassion and respect for animal welfare and human health. Two, veterinarians should maintain independence, impartiality, and accountability in carrying out professional duties. They should follow acceptable professional procedures using current professional and scientific knowledge to obtain to work and also obtain consultation and referral. Veterinarians should in provision with appropriate patient care, be free to choose who to serve. Yeah, the veterinarian, you have to really discuss with your client and see if you are going to serve him. If you have a bad client, you might not really serve him. So you have that right. A veterinarian should respect the rights of clients, colleagues, and other health professionals, and should maintain confidentiality of medical information in their confines. A veterinarian should obey all laws and of the jurisdictions in which, should be there. All laws of jurisdiction, veterinarians should obey all laws of the jurisdictions in which they reside and practice veterinary medicine. They shall also recognize the responsibility to seek changes to laws and regulations if it's contrary to best interest of the profession, of the patient, and of public health. I remember also I've heard as long Dr. Tan has said, yes, they are trying to seeking modifications to the law on exportation of meat products out of the country. Veterinarians individually or objectively shall uphold to the integrity of the veterinary profession and must maintain the trust of their clients and society through exemplary standards of clinical practice and conduct, including competence, accountability, honesty, fairness, compassion, and confidentiality. A veterinarian should continue to study. You have that obligation to continue to study, apply advanced scientific knowledge, make relevant information available to clients, colleagues, and public, and maintain a commitment to veterinary medical education. How to maintain commitment to education. The responsibilities of the veterinary profession extend beyond individual patients and clients to the society in general. Remember, you have said you swear the oath for the benefit of society. So your responsibility extends to the society in general. So you are encouraged as veterinarians to make their knowledge available to communities and provide your services for activities that protect public health and environmental health. So I also would add to this the issue of One Health. Humans, animals, and environment are inextricably linked, and veterinarians should support and collaborate to attain optimal health of the humans, animals, and environment. So you need that. All those are listed there are best practices. I'm not going into individual issues, whether the best practice is for the best practice covers all aspects of veterinary medicine. Even if you are teaching veterinary medicine, do it with best practice, improve yourself and teach well. If you are working in the laboratories, you do there's best practices in every. There is best practices in every aspect of veterinary practice, veterinary medicine. So best practices covers everything. Now I want to also mention one that is coming up now, and that is artificial intelligence. Whether we like it or not, the revolution has started and is creeping in very seriously. Recently, the artificial intelligence revolution is on and is being applied in every profession, including veterinary medicine. We may not have started applying, or practitioners and universities might not have started applying artificial intelligence in Nigeria. It doesn't mean that in the next 1 or few months it will not happen. Artificial intelligence will be applied in everything from the laboratory to that's in diagnosis in general, for aid diagnosis, analysis of animal profile, animal health monitoring, analysis of data, especially some of us in epidemiology, heavy data, we can put that to help us, and anything to improve the health and outcomes, health outcomes, and to improve the veterinarian-client communication. So artificial intelligence are coming, and it is there. We might not have used it yet, but I'm sure some of you, or young people especially, should be thinking about this very seriously. Applying artificial intelligence. Schools in Nigeria will start awarding degrees. I think I've seen some BSc in artificial intelligence. So I'm encouraging veterinarians to learn application of artificial intelligence and machine learning to the work they are doing, whether they are working in the lab or in practice, whatever clinic. There's nothing you cannot apply this to. But there are ethical concerns. And that's why I mentioned here. That's why it comes here. Ethical concerns. They have been used over. In some countries, are used to diagnosis of in the geography and all sorts of things. But it can be applied to anything. Ethical concerns. And these are data that data privacy, algorithmic transparency, AI recommendations being medically reliable, demonstrating that, demonstrating that AI improves health, and obtaining informed consent from clients before AI is used. So AI is coming, but you have these issues. Privacy, is it maintained? You are putting data on something there. Is it privacy? To what extent would that be maintained? The algorithms, are they transparent? The recommendations that on treatment that AI recommends, is it medically reliable? So you are putting this information, and then it's giving you, you should balance this with human judgment. So please, AI should be used ethically to ensure safety, of the patient and sound clinical judgment. It should not be used unless there is evidence that it leads to improved outcome. It should be used to ensure maintenance of trustful cordial relationship between the veterinarian and the client. And the veterinarian must ensure that the AI tools protect the client and patient information from unauthorized access and other breaches. Because you can, you can have that kind of situation. The AI developers should be transparent about their products and about how the products are trained and how the data used and the validation and all sorts of possible errors. They should let that be known. And there should be regulatory bodies. Regulatory bodies should establish clear guidelines and standards for ethical use of AI in veterinary medicine to mitigate risk. I thought that, I think that is very, very important. I really, now, yes, we have not started using AI yet in Nigeria. Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe. But I think that it is time veterinary council should start thinking about preparing guidelines in case it comes in case people start using regulatory guidelines to regulate and give rules what to do, what not to do. Veterinary council should look at that. It will not wait until people started using and they are running. I think we should start preparing guidelines towards the use of AI. And of course, as veterinarians, you have lifelong need. You have sworn for lifelong education. So you keep on educating yourself in everything that comes. You should now educate yourself on AI. It has come, it's staying. Well, it probably will go away later, but something else will come, a modification of that. But AI is here, and you should get yourself involved from the beginning. Know something about AI and know how it works and how it can be applied to the veterinary profession. AI applications must comply with relevant laws, regulations, and policies on data protection and privacy. So AI, for us as veterinary profession, AI developers and end users should use AI with conscience. Just AI, conscience into AI. Use AI with conscience so that so that we will have the full benefit for ourselves, for our profession, and for the society in general. Now, but we have challenges, ethics. We have challenges about this ethics matter. What are the things? Challenges on the implementation of veterinary ethics and best practices. Yes, they are. And we just, one challenge that I see is that ethics is not really taught in school, and taught in the veterinary school. Where it's supposed to be there is a part of jurisprudence. It should be taught. Yes, we mention it. Yes, maybe we give one lecture on veterinary ethics or just brush over it. I think the late Professor Soroso had a small thing that was written for veterinary council at that time on veterinary ethics, and then that was just passed for the students to read. And if you like, you read, or if you don't like, you don't read. So even though it was supposed to be taught in the old curriculum, the benchmark that we're using now, as a part of a veterinary jurisprudence, but not taught, and it's getting worse. I just looked at the CC Mass program, the new NUC program now for veterinary medicine. I've seen that the course, there's a course called VPM 506, Veterinary Administration, Jurisprudence and Ethics, 2 credit units course. Then I flipped through to look at the contents, course content. I've seen in the course content that nothing is mentioned about ethics, veterinary ethics at all, even though it's in the title. So these are some of the challenges we are facing, because it is good. We cannot assume it is good to let our students know ethics of our profession and the best practices they need to do. Well, there are other breaches of ethics that can happen, something that can prick the conscience of the veterinarian. Like if a veterinarian is want to treat an animal and the owner said, well, no, doesn't want it this way, and then the veterinarian feels that should be the correct way, there's nothing, you're creating a conflict already. Or a young veterinarian is working with somebody's clinic, and then he wants to handle a case. He thinks that the best way to handle the case is discuss with the boss, and the boss says, no, you have to handle this way. This is the way it's normally done. And for the young veterinarians, there's conflict, dilemma that's entering itself. Or the veterinarian sees animal that is suffering, maybe had cancer and things that, well, this animal cannot survive. Prognosis is poor. So can we discuss with the client, maybe especially a pet, raising the idea of euthanasia, and then the client is saying, no, I love the animal, let it be there, and that kind of thing. So again, that's conflict. Or some of us in public health, a lot of us go for meat inspection. You have veterinarians that are not allowed to inspect meat in abattoirs. They know the correct thing to do, but they are not able to do because of safety. They go there, the butchers will not allow them to enter or inspect because they are fearing that if any part of the animal is condemned or the whole carcass is condemned, there will be no compensation. So all these are conflicts. Another complete conflict comes now. Another conflict comes now with the economic situation. Economic situation is what can really create conflict, because then you know what to do and you are not able to do because of the high cost of drug and the inability of the client to pay. And so those create conflicts. Now, who regulates veterinary practice? The Veterinary Council of Nigeria is the main regulator of veterinary practice. They want to regulate veterinary practice in this country. And yes, they do that well. Monitor the training, regulate the training of veterinarians and paravets, inspect veterinary clinics and hospitals, organize continuing education that's doing now to improve our skills, monitors in implementation of best practices. So that is, veterinary does that. And yes, there are committees for some of these standing committees in the Veterinary Council. And also, Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association assists in some of these functions. So yeah, but both of them are working together to solve some of these functions. Now, as I'm going towards the summary of my test, then I'll put things together. What is the interconnectedness of the veterinary ethics, best practices, and challenging economy? Well, the slide is not showing, but the scheme I had. And that is that, what are the adverse economic situations that we face? In high inflation, high interest rate, unemployment, unstable exchange rates, government policies, disruption of supply chains. All these are the adverse economic situations that lower purchasing power of consumers, alter supply and demand, affect investment decisions and how to spend, and result in general poverty, which leads to the client not being able to pay, a high cost of drugs, high cost of equipment for diagnosis, for treatment, and a high cost of drugs. So all these, because of the economic situation, would result in decreased veterinary care, risk of abandonment of treatment. You start the treatment, you cannot complete, the client doesn't have money to pay for you to complete the treatment, or because the client didn't pay you, you leave or whatever, but I don't know, but mostly the client goes away, will not surface again with the animal for treatment. That no. Income limitation to veterinarians. Because of this, again, the vets will not have much money, and because of that, they are under serious stress and maybe demoralized, and they have to work extra hard to make ends meet. All those still go to another adverse situation, and that is decreased quality of animal care, creating also client veterinarian tension between the client and the veterinarian, and overwork of the veterinarians, overwork, and the economic pressures on the veterinarians. So when all these adverse situations occur, everything looks bleak, but there's always a way out on this. Way out is you have all these bad situations, so you have to take decision as a veterinarian together with your client. Base your decision on the welfare and economic efficiency that can come from. Base your decision prioritizing welfare of animals and professional integrity, and consider being compassionate and fair, and being responsible towards your client and the animal. So when you have that at the back of the mind taking decision, then you sit down with the client and begin to analyze, and that is the main thing on how you are going to survive. You do cost benefit analysis focus more on preventive measures rather than treatment, because treatment can be more expensive. And you work together to allocate resources appropriately to balance the client financial situation with animal welfare needs. And then you also manage your practice properly for sustainability. So if you do all this under ethical conditions, as we have mentioned, best practices, you will come out with improved animal health, improved animal welfare, cordial client veterinarian relationship, high professional integrity, and sustainability of veterinary service. And take you to what I said at the beginning. We are concerned with the welfare of the animals, our relationship with the client, the dignity of the veterinary profession. And therefore, as we navigate through this situation, you work with the client, balance every situation, and come out with improved animal health, cordial relationship with the client, high professional integrity, and sustainability of the veterinary practice. So the veterinarian could stay in business despite the challenging economic situation. In conclusion, veterinary profession is a dignified profession. A veterinarian must practice it with dignity and a high level of professionalism. A challenging economy affects veterinary practice. So any adjustments made by the veterinarian in response to the challenging economy should be done in communication with the client and in keeping with the principles of veterinary ethics and best practices. The right outcome will be maintaining and improving animal welfare, maintaining excellent client veterinarian relationship, enhancing professionalism and sustainability of veterinary practices, even in a challenging situation. So I thank you all. Before I leave, I also continue. Yeah, there are some aspects of things that might not have been included. As I said at the beginning, difficult for me because you already know more than I can say here. Yes, I have seen on the platform somebody talking about laboratory equipment diagnosis. Yes, all those are important under these best practices. So once again, I thank you, all members of our dignified profession. Thank you. That's all. Hello? Okay, I don't know the. Okay.
The audience are satisfied with your presentation. We're not seeing questions. And that tells me that the paper was well understood. Participants.
I can't hear.
Okay, I should hand over to you.
Can't hear.
We're still waiting for responses from the participants. Yes.
Okay. So
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Prof. And thank you, all our participants.
okay.
Thank you for being there and listening to this. Like Prof said, it is one of our mandates. It's a oath. It's in line with the oath that we took. We graduated. That will keep improving our knowledge, increasing our, our knowledge in the profession to serve the public better. There's no other way than the way Prof has expanded it and emphasized it. So let's go back to our ethics, to the jurisprudence we were taught. Thank you, thank you, thank you for participation. God bless you all. Prof, we thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For
Thank
coming
you all.
and giving us this wealth of knowledge once again. We appreciate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, at this juncture, I'd like to hand over to the acting registrar, who is the chief moderator of this program, to continue from this point. Thank you, sir, acting registrar, for this opportunity.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Helen Okuta. It will also interest you to know that Dr. Helen Okuta is also a consultant in the field of public health. And so she had moderated for our boss. Without much ado, we want to move on in our presentations. And the next person to speak to us is no other than Professor Solomon Oluwole Okayeto. Professor Eso Okayeto is a professor of veterinary infectious diseases. Like I told us earlier when I was mentioning his name, anytime you talk about ambulatory services in Ahmadu Bello University's area, I cannot but remember himself and Professor Alam. When we were coming up then, they made it so interesting to go for ambulatory. And he is a staff of veterinary teaching institute in Ahmadu Bello University's area, where he is also an alumnus. And currently he is with the Veterinary Teaching Institute, University of Jos in Plateau. I've heard so much about his exploit in Jos and how they are hoping not to release him back to Zaria. But of course, we know base is always base. And so today he is going to be speaking to us again on our continuing education program. And it is a thing of delight to me. It is a thing of joy to me to bring to the microphone no other person than Professor Solomon Oluwole Okaito to bring the third paper to us in this season of continuing education. Over to you now, Professor Eso Okaito, for your presentations. Are you seeing me? Hmm? He's trying to come up. We can see him from the back end. I hope it's not his network there.
Hello?
Aha.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Prof.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Hello?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. Everyone can see and hear you. All right. I'm starting. Sustaining a vast and intricate lab. Recent statistic shows that the total national livestock of approximately 273.8 million animals, with cattle making up about 54.81 million. The livestock sector or subsector contributes significantly to the national gross domestic product, about 12.7%. And more crucially, it is the primary source of protein for a rapidly growing population. And as such, any systemic instability within this chain translates directly into economic fragility, rising poverty, and compromised food security. Let's look at what is the evolving beef industry. The term evolving beef industry captures the sector's current transition. The industry remained heavily reliant on traditional nomadic pastoralism, an extensive, often low-yield production system characterized by long-distance seasonal migration. However, increasing population density, desertification driven by climate change, and modernization goals are forcing a structural shift towards more intensive, sedentary, and market-responsive hubs model, such as organized commercial ranches, feedlots, and centralized processing. Let's look at the structure of the value chain and the critical gaps in the beef industry. Nigeria's beef value chain is extensive and highly fragmented, presenting distinct vulnerabilities at each stage. Stage 1, primary production. This phase suffers from high disease prevalence, poor genetic potential of our indigenous breeds, and widespread malnutrition, resulting in low calving rates and high calf mortality. Trade and transportation. The movement of cattle over long distance excavates animal welfare concern, causes significant weight loss, and acts as a major conduit for the spread of transboundary animal disease. You will agree with me that over the years, most of our cattle populations were located somewhere around the north central and northwestern zone of the country. But now, because of desertification, climate change, most of them has gravitated or has moved down southwards. Let's look at the processing of these animals. Processing in So the lack of strict qualified antemortem and postmortem inspection create a high risk for the transmission of zoonotic pathogens to the human population. Let's look at trade and transportation. The movement of cattle, like I earlier on said, over a long distance created so much problem. Because when these cattle finally reach to their destinations or where they are going, a lot of the two challenges we have in our cattle industry, number one is security, and then number by two powerful and synergistic systemic risks, and production at the source, and pervasive animal and public health deficit that erode value across supply chain. Is the escalating herders farmers conflict. This conflict is rooted in one, climate change and environmental pressure. This results in massive losses of livestock, community displacement, and high. What are the critical animal? Let's look at the critical animal and public health hazard, public health threat. Zoonotic diseases are public health risks. Veterinarians are the frontline defense against zoonosis. Zoonosis, of course, are diseases transmissible between. Let's take, for instance, like not too long ago, the outbreak of anthrax. It underscored the urgency for improved surveillance control due to its high fatality rate in livestock and potential for human. Look at bovine tuberculosis, which is a chronic disease posing a long-term human health risk, particularly where raw milk consumption is common and meat inspection is inadequate. So, what are the food safety gaps? Usually, substandard ante-mortem inspection and post-mortem inspection at abattoirs allow disease animals to enter the food supply, directly compromising consumer health. Let's look at the veterinary leadership in enhancing livestock security. The security crisis requires a strategic response that addresses the underlying drivers of conflict. Unsustainable land use and economic fragility. Veterinary medicine delivers this solution by stabilizing production. Expert. Reducing migration drivers. Implementing high-yield field regimes, routine vaccination protocol, managing hard health in fixed location, stabilizes health and economic output. This stabilization removes the primary impetus for unplanned destabilizing migration into conflict-prone zones. And I want to believe also that not too long ago, governments in the country have been trying to see how they can settle our nomadic cattle rearers. Because whether we like it or not, they own close to 70% of our livestock population in the country. And as long as we allow them to go roaming up and down, not settle, then of course, it will certainly affect, the selection and climate-smart animal housing. Genetic improvement programs. Veterinarians, again, must lead the shift from your low-yield indigenous breed to composite or crossbred animal to through structured artificial insemination program and rigorous seer selection to justify the capital investment of ranching. Surveillance and traceability as a security tool. Movement control and intelligence. Managing the National Animal Identification and Traceability System allow authorities to track herd movement. This system helps contain disease outbreak quickly and provide crucial intelligence to security agencies, distinguishing legitimate movement from unauthorized movement by criminal element, the cattle rustlers. Early warning system. The veterinary field worker can flag areas of unrest or unusual animal congregation before widespread conflict or disease outbreak occur. Early detection requires immediate security support to manage carcass disposal and or vaccination. Sometimes ago, last year or so, I think about last year, the Redesi project of the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, rounding up, some of us were privileged to serve in that project. It was a program to enhance disease reporting. Each of those surveillance officers were given handset and a line because they are the ones at the grassroots. They were supposed to notify the area veterinary officers whenever there is a disease outbreak or when against zoonotic diseases and foodborne illness. And what is the gap? A number of times when we visit the abattoirs, you will notice that there are no inspection officers, that is the veterinarian that are supposed to carry out ante-mortem inspection and post-mortem inspection are not there. Partly because probably the local government does not even have a single vet. So what happened? So you will realize that diseased animals, dilapidated animals are slaughtered, unchallenged. And the meat process and then deliver and buy. And that is why we must professionalize the abattoir and the food nexus. The abattoir network is the single most important control point. We cannot shy away from it. There has to be a mandatory ante-mortem and post-mortem inspection. A qualified veterinary doctor must examine all animals before slaughter to identify sick animals and methodically examine the carcass and organs after slaughter to detect latent diseases like bovine tuberculosis. Inspectors must be empowered to condemn or dispose of unfit meat according to the strict standard. Infrastructure design and ensure strict sanitation protocol, good hygiene practices. All these are followed, including functional cold chain facilities and hygiene waste disposal. In fact, most of us, if you see the way meat are transported from the abattoir to the market, In fact, you will lose appetite as to whether you want to buy such meat. Most of them are moved on motorcycles and then parked in sacks that are so dirty, that sacks that have been used over and over, never cleaned, never washed, and that is how they will be transported. They will be taken to the open market, while flies are everywhere. So we must, the veterinarians must wake up so that we can break the cycle of disease transmission from the animals to the consumers. What are the strategic zoonotic disease control programs? Food safety is inseparable from effective disease control at the heart level. We cannot talk about food safety if control of some of these diseases are not put in place. So let's look at integrated disease surveillance. Building a robust network linking field diagnosis with certified laboratories is essential. Timely reporting of diseases like anthrax, brucellosis, and rabies drives rapid targeted intervention. I talked about surveillance agents, in various local governments all over the country. It was a reducing project. They were equipped. They were given handset lines, to call officers anytime there is an outbreak. But I'm not sure if anything like that is going on now. So let's look at, the legislative and the regulatory empowerment, that is the governance. I don't know who will do this, but the veterinarians too should gear up. There must be lobby for the immediate and full implementation of legislation mandating animal identification and traceability system. Professionalizing the slaughter sector, public health. Establish a nationwide non-negotiable decree establishing veterinary authority over all public and private abattoirs to ensure only qualified officers conduct mandatory ante-mortem inspection and post-mortem inspection. Biosecurity as a first policy, that is conflict mitigation. All government effort, particularly the National Livestock Transformation Policy, must adopt a biosecurity first approach led by the veterinarians to create a stable, high-yield, disease-free zones that mitigate drivers of conflict. Education and field outreach, that is aspect of development. Invest massively in training and deploying veterinary and paraveterinary personnel to deep rural communities, deliver continuous high-quality extension services such as vaccination, and the likes of them all. So, what is the summary? I have a summary of key recommendations here. I'll read out. To fully realize the potential of the industry, that is the beef industry, we must propose 4 critical action pillars. Number 1, we must legislative and regulatory empowerment, lobbying for the immediate and full implementation of legislation mandating animal identification and traceability system. I talked about professionalizing the slaughter sectors, and then, of course, the biosecurity first policy. And then finally, we have the education and the field outreach development. The challenges are immense. That is the final call for action. The challenges are immense, but the solutions are available and scalable. The veterinary profession holds the key to unlocking the future defined by sustainable development, national security, and assured public health. We must not only participate in this transformation, but must lead it with technical competence, integrity, and decisive professional authority. Thank you for listening. So, any questions, sirs? Yeah, I'm not hearing. I'm not hearing you.
It's done.
So bring me in. Wow.
I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing.
Mute you. Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for the wonderful lecture.
Thank you, sir.
Prof is prepared to take any question, and like we always say, kindly drop your questions on the chat. The ICT on the back end, we harvest it and display it so that Prof can see it and respond. So please let's ask our questions so that Prof can give responses to them. We have assured all our esteemed audience that we're going to ensure that all the papers being presented will be sent to you because we know that these papers are loaded, and as such is going to be a reference material that you will need to consult even after now that the presentation has been made. I'm sure we will form it will form part of our shelf where we can library, sorry, where we can refer to them from time to time, starting from the presentation by Dr. Newton, the one by Professor Moore, now Professor Kaito and the others. We are going to ensure we get them across to us for us to be able to look through them again and again and appreciate the quality of work that they are putting to us. Okay, there is a question, huh? Okay, so there's a question currently being displayed for you to respond.
Okay, I can't read it. Can you read it for me?
Okay. This question is from Dr. Dr. Idowu Akinkumi. What is the VC and MVMA doing to be sure that there are sufficient veterinarians on our slaughter slabs all over the nation?
Well, I don't know. I think the NVMA, the Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association, they have a critical role to play here. And I want to believe that they can liaise with all the local government, or at least the states, you know, so that when they are doing their budget, they can make more provisions, you know, for the employment of teaching graduates of. And here in Plateau, just a few months ago, the states employed about 13 vets. And most of the vets are going to be sent to their 17 local governments. So I believe if other states in the federation or in the country can emulate what the Plateau state government, you know, have done, then most of our abattoirs will be equipped. Our, you know, most of the abattoir managers and those that operate abattoirs that are not knowledgeable in antemortem diagnosis or postmortem examinations, you know, by the presence of the veterinarians, they themselves will be trained. So I believe the National Veterinary Medical Association have a role to play. you know, the whole thing is politics. You know, the association can, and then of course you'll be surprised, you know, what will happen. You know, so that is it. Because like in Plateau here, it was a real pressure, you know, I will not mention names, but at least it worked, you know. So that is it. Hello, are you with me?
Okay, we are with you now.
Hello, acting registrar.
Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Yes, another question from Umar Abdullahi said, my question is, how can we strive to improving the livestock productivity in the face of myriad security challenges across the question is displayed.
I didn't
how
get the
can we
question.
strive to improving how can we strive to improving livestock productivity in the face of myriad insecurity challenges across the north and the country at large?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. You know, insecurity is and definitely is affecting, you know, our livestock industry. Let me tell you, while I work, I had the Fulani ambulatory section. And since the insecurity have started, I couldn't go out. It's not that the clients are not coming requesting for our services. But the problem is that if you dare go out, you will not come back. And let me tell you that one of my staff who tried to brave it, he went on ambulatory and never returned because the very same people he went there to treat their animals, they were the one that kidnapped him. And when they kidnapped him, they were asking for over 10 million. And because the institution where he's working did not send him, he went there on his own. He was, everybody just turned their back to him because he's a junior staff, but he had been working with us in ambulatory section for well over 20 years. So people like that have, you know, experience. But he tried to venture to see whether he will be able to, you know, help them. At the turn of events, they kidnapped him. Experience. Nobody wants to venture and say, let me go. Because even the people that invite you, if they didn't kidnap you, on your way back, you may run into some, you know, bandit here and there. So it is a big problem which the government must wake up and tackle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the long-term effects, you know, will be unimaginable. And then, of course, you know, if the government can, you know, go into the ranching policy that she has been advocating, then, of course, you know, once you have a ranch, you settle the nomad, you have grazing land for them, you planted pastures for them, you build veterinary clinic for them, you build schools for them. Of course, they will not want to be going up and down. After all, you take an animal, you graze an animal from point A to B, the energy wastage and the energy gain, the net gain will be zero. So they will love it. But I don't know whether the government has a political will to do that. And that is why to date, you know, we only talk, no action. So it's a big problem, you know, and I hope that eventually, by and large, it will be sorted out. And I know that even the issue of the insecurity is a question of time. By and large, it will be a thing of past. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for those wonderful responses to our questions. And we pray sincerely that the Lord will help us to overcome the issue of insecurity. Right in my village some 2 days ago,
Amen.
they came in to a church called Christ Apostolic Church. 2 or 3 persons I learned were killed. Almost 50 persons were carried away into the bush, and we are still praying for their safe returns. So the insecurity it's very, very sad. I've never heard of that thing in my village before until 2 or 3 days ago that this happened. It's all over the social media. It's everywhere. That was where I was born. That's where my parents are.
Yeah, I read it.
My mom had all the gunshots. They quickly locked their door and closed it. Everybody scampered to safety. So insecurity is staring at us in the face. We are praying that we'll be able to get past that phase. It's not fun at all. Thank you, Prof. We're grateful.
Yes.
So I will now invite Dr. John Garuba, who would give us the citation of Dr. Ishak Bello, who is actually our next presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, to Registrar and distinguished participants. It's my privilege to read the citation for Dr. Ishak Bello. Dr. Ishak Bello is a livestock and agribusiness expert with key experiences and accomplishments across dairy, beef, poultry, and small ruminant value chains. These achievements span management of agribusiness and projects, extension, message delivery, cattle and sheep fattening, capacity building, dairy stakeholder forums, milk collection and processing, construction of milk collection centers, and milking parlors, fostering collaboration and partnership, formation and management of cooperatives, livestock market development, supplementary feeding, pasture development, hay and silage production, linkages in construction of boreholes, access roads, livestock service centers, micro up-down construction and development of stock routes, among many others. These tangible achievements were achieved during his active engagement in public and private sectors. These include the World Bank assisted livestock development project under the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, DFID funded that covered further innovation projects in Sokoto State Pilot. Sokoto State Pilot Livestock Development Project, National Fadama Development Project, Kaduna Federation of Village Milk Producers Cooperative Association, Milky Way Partnership Project, and the list is continuous. Dr. Bello holds a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine degree, a master's degree in development studies, and certificate in agribusiness. Accordingly, he has attended numerous courses locally and internationally covering topics of different varieties. Dr. Bello's core skills include collaboration, partnership, participatory rural appraisal, project livestock value chain development, agribusiness monitoring and evaluation, advocacy, budgeting, and procurement. He is currently the Special Assistant to the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development on Livestock Enterprises, Chief Executive Officer of Milk Value Chain Foundation, and a farmer who enjoys traveling and reading. Distinguished participants, please join me to welcome Dr. Isaac Bello to take the stage to present a paper on veterinary interventions for sustainable dairy value chains in Nigeria, strengthening the linkages. Thank you very much.
Thank you and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Esteemed colleagues, it's my pleasure to be here to share some of my thoughts on successful dairy value chain interventions. Please, am I audible to all? Hello?
Very audible.
You're very audible, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So I Ishak Bello, as mentioned, I'm one of you, and I will share clearly the interventions on the dairy space. So who controls the slide? Am I controlling it from my own end?
I am controlling the slides.
Who is controlling?
The host.
Okay, you are controlling. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is the agenda. I will have some introduction, and then I split the interventions into 5 different segments, and then we'll have a conclusion. Okay, next slide. Okay, I just as an introduction, we have the dairy sector in Nigeria. Is split, of course, like all other value chains across the upstream, midstream, and downstream segments. So the production, of course, is within the upstream segment, and as we are aware, it's mostly agro-pastoral or pastoral. Mostly is the pastoralists and agro-pastoralists that own most of the animals. We now have some few peri-urban farms that are within the cities. Okay, as I heard of insecurity, yes, it's affecting both of them. But the good thing is that we are also now having a growing number of large commercial farms. Large commercial farms that have a lot of investments. They have improved animals, so they have high output from their own cows. Then the traditional herds are characterized by the low output, okay, per cow and then we have poor infrastructure in the rural areas. So this poor infrastructure really affects the reach and milk collection within the local areas. And then within the midstream sector segment, we have the poor milk aggregation. In some parts of Nigeria, you have the milk, but you can collect all because of the lack of infrastructure, and then the payment systems, lack of storage facilities. All these combine to make us not collect actually the volumes, because there are several locations, several areas that have milk, but it's not all that has been collected. Then in the processing space, we have large commercial companies, of course, producing various products. And we have also indigenous companies within the Nigerian space that are primarily producing yogurt for sale. I don't need to mention them. There are several in every part of Nigeria. You have these companies. We also have a very, very low consumption of milk, and per capita, that's per person. And most of the products that are being consumed, at least in the former segments, are imports. okay, which is more than 60 to 65% imported products. On the animal health space, what are the issues? We have diseases, and of recent, of course, foot and mouth disease, lumpy skin disease, sincerely, we have seen them severally in the recent past, at least from the last 2 years. And we also have a very, very poor artificial insemination results. Okay, this has really retarded the successes that we are supposed to achieve in improving our own self-sufficiency. Of course, artificial insemination is a process, it's not an event, but it is mostly hinged on the lack of expertise, lack of storage. But wherever it is, we have that issue. And I think as the VCA, as professionals, we need to together address that. Then we have inadequate skill manpower. You know, the dairy space, like feedlot and others, there are technical skills that are required to manage farms. The knowledge that we have currently does not prepare us for the market. So you have a lot of people that cannot get in to provide the needed services. Okay, and we have the high cost of services and then the poor penetration in the rural areas. So the government, of course, is looking at reducing the imports. We have a dairy policy that's been approved, and now an implementation framework has been developed to implement that policy. So this policy includes all the segments, of course, including animal health, including the tariffs, a lot of things. And we believe that together, when we will achieve progress for our country if we implement the dairy policy well. Next slide. Okay, so at the government level now, what are the enablers that will ensure that we succeed the interventions that are desired to make the dairy sector more vibrant? The policy, of course, the policy is critical. The policy that allows private sector actors to procure equipment, to manufacture equipment easily, a policy that encourage local productions. Of course, you are aware in the past that there were tariffs on importation of dairy products and medicaments too. We know, I was telling somebody that I needed original TLA, and the amount he quoted was ridiculous. So how do we ensure that we have the qualitative dairy products, veterinary products? This can be achieved in one of two ways: through encouraging local production, encouraging by having less taxes, by having rebates, by having access to land, okay, and then of course reducing taxes for the importation of these medicaments. Then, of course, the provision of infrastructure, roads, power, water, and culture. This is critical. If the road is bad, you can't access it. If there is no power, you can't store the milk well. If there is no water, you can't clean the order, you can't clean your hands, you can clean the equipment. And of course, cold chain is significant in the fact that you know that milk deteriorates very fast, so there is a need to have cooling facilities. Then capacity building is significant, as I mentioned. We need to, the government is working on that. Then the linkages between the producer, the processor, the service provider, and security is there too, is primarily the role of government. And partnerships between organizations, private sector organizations, partnerships between governments, partnerships between cooperatives, and then sensitizations, advocacy. And lastly, regulations. The government, of course, need to regulate is what is happening within the space, dairy space. Next slide. Okay, the organized private sector, what are they? Primarily, they are business people, so they are into investments. And these investments can be in vaccine production, Of course, other medicaments too, consumables, supply chain itself, moving from one point to the other, storage, equipment, advocacy, training, and laboratory services. I'm pleased to say that we have a lot of veterinarians, okay, doing well in this space, and we need more of them, people to venture into these enterprises so that they empower themselves and also empower the profession. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, civil society. In this case, I'm referring to sincerely the associations, the MVMA, VCN, the community-based associations. There has been discussed about, okay, this is not happening, that is not happening. So there needs to be concerted effort, advocacies, soliciting for action from the government, from the other private sector players, from the producers themselves to take action. That is one. Two is to establish the standards of practice. The VCN and other organizations need to put up and say, okay, this is the practice, this is how to operate, and also monitor that happening. So this, we believe, will be the key roles of the private sector, the civil society organizations, in ensuring that we have a sustainable dairy sector. Next slide. Okay, the communities here refer to normally the beneficiaries, in this case, the clients. You know, in the past, we've had several investments by governments, by private sector being vandalized in the villages and communities. So it is the role to protect those investments. And this applies not only to in villages, but even in our cities. You find that areas that have been earmarked for this or that have now been taken over. So how do the communities have a role to ensure that they protect that, it is in their space, and they can do that through solid advocacies and sometimes provision of physical security. Then the next one is on the payment for services. This is significant. We are all aware that a lot of the experts in courts do not practice in rural areas. One of the reasons is the fact that there is very low payments. People don't value the services that are paid by experts. So we need to sensitize the communities to realize that there is value, okay, in good service, and they should be able to pay for the qualitative services. Next slide. Okay, so this is, I think this is where it matters most. So what is the role of the individuals, in this case now, the professional vets? I think we have all of these routine treatments and vaccinations, veterinary shop. I'll just speak a few of them and talk. On the artificial insemination, it is really a great opportunity, in my opinion, to have the skills, real skills, in the artificial insemination. We have a lot of service providers, veterinarians and non-veterinarians, okay? And like I mentioned, the results are very, very poor. So how can we together as a profession, professional body and individual, ensure that we have qualified AI persons? In some places you have non-vets, you have a lot of other people doing it, but we are talking here as vets. So how can we ensure that these services are provided excellently? For me, it is through training, okay? There has to be excellent training and the skills, not only in the theory, but in provision of the service itself. Then the next important thing is the embryo transfer. ET is one area that has been advocated. A lot of people are interested in having embryos, okay, in their cattle. But unfortunately, that technology is still, that expertise is very, very, very low in Nigeria. So it is a very, very green area. It is a golden opportunity for upcoming professionals or experts to go into this area to learn the knowledge and the skills in doing this. This will help them and also help the country. The next one is on the laboratory services. We have a lot of clinics, okay, and I know that there's an issue of costing payment for services, but laboratory services are critical. But I will go for the pregnancy diagnosis, PD. As a standalone, too, as a standalone, it can offer business entrepreneurship opportunities for veterinarians. Now we have the mobile scanning services, and I think that can really be useful in providing PD across a number of people. I am pleased to say that the industry is growing. Okay, with the creation of the ministry, a lot of people want to go into dairy, they want to go into beef, they want to go into sheep and goats, a lot of things, and it provides an opportunity for the young ones to go into that. Then the next one is on the farming. This is really a very good area. You don't need to have large animals. You need to have primarily 2 or 3 improved cattle that can give you at least 30 liters, okay, or 30 to 40 per day. And surprisingly, that can fetch you a lot of money, more than some of the salaries that are being paid, okay? And in some countries, we have people having just 2 or 3 animals, okay, giving them 50 to 60 liters. And they are fully reliant on that for their own livelihood. So it's good to consider that. What I must say, you need to have improved animals for you to get the numbers. The question will be, how will you access that? How can you get the animals? There are a lot of companies now, and so the banks and financial institutions that are now we are discussing with to encourage, to provide access to loan for young people that are interested in farming, most especially young people, because it is the need to do the farming in the modern context. And the modern context involves technology. It also involves higher return on investments, because if he is going to get a work of 200,000 and he knows that if he has 3 cattle, he's going to get 350,000 per month without going out to work, I think that provides a good opportunity for him. Then we have the logistics, okay, logistics within for taking milk here now from one point to the other. That has been done by a lot of people, non-vets, and people are making a lot of money from just commissions of 20, 30, 50 naira per liter, and they are succeeding. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So in conclusion, the dairy sector provides a massive platform for veterinary practice and entrepreneurship along the upstream, midstream, and downstream segments of the value chain. Veterinarians need to exploit this opportunity for their personal, professional, and national benefits. So thank you very much. I am really pressed on time. So this presentation centers essentially on dairy, and I will be open for some questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bello, for that field experience, live presentations from the field that gives us a touch of what we need to do, what we are doing well, and what we need to improve upon as a profession and then as a country. From the presentation, it was made clear that the dairy sector is growing, that there are more upcoming livestock farm, people getting interest in livestock production, particularly the dairy sector. And that is a good thing for us as a professional. And then we also are faced with certain challenges. You mentioned many of them. I was able to capture a few of them, such as poor infrastructure, for the animals themselves, and then lack of milk storage facilities across the value chain. And these are challenges, but there are also opportunities for those of us that have the lever to delve into, investing in these areas. Critically, we'll also look at he mentioned the need to improve in artificial insemination results. Not that artificial insemination is not being carried out, it's being carried out, but the results are not so encouraging. The results are so poor. So as professionals, again, we are called upon to intensify to see how we can bring up the results towards positive line, so that the farmers will be encouraged and our nation will also grow. So at this junction, please, I would like to call on the participants to send in their questions, to send in their comments and other things that they wish to make, so that our distinguished presenter, Dr. Isaac, will respond to them. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Okay. Please, yes, Dr. Isaac, please check the screen.
Okay.
Yes, there's something that is put there for your response. Possibly it's a comment or a question.
So I see a question from Dr. Ayola Oduntan.
Yes.
I can see a question from my good classmate and friend, Dr. Oduntan. He's saying, we are very proud of your achievement in this space. Have we studied the Indian example and try and adapt it to our reality here? We have similar landscapes. Main difference is that most of their populations do not eat beef. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, the Nigerian government and the World Bank studied the Indian example model, the Annan Operation Flood. Actually, in 1992, during the Second Livestock Development Project, the World Bank and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture then went on a study tour to India and studied the model. Based on that study, they came back to Nigeria and established the Milcopal. Okay, the Milcopal that you are seeing, which stands for Federation of Village Milk Producer Cooperative Associations, is adapted from the India model. Okay, you have the village cooperatives in various locations. They are trained and they supply milk to the producer, sorry, to the processor. And the processor in this case is the Milcopal factory, which is partly owned by the cooperative. So yes, the Indian model has been adapted in Nigeria, and I'm pleased to say that it has been there. The Milcopal has been there, for those that know, for over almost 3 decades now. There are challenges for improvement, yes, but that was done in the past. Thank you. So it says, what role do veterinarians play? The second question now, what roles do veterinarians play in resolving the incessant farmer-herder clashes that bedevils the nations and threatens our national security? I don't know whether this is a question specifically for me, for everyone, because I will rather talk more on the dairy. But since this is a public space, I have been part of the committees on these farmer-herder conflicts. We need to separate clearly what is a farmer-herder conflict, what is a banditry, what is kidnapping. Okay, for us, as you mentioned clearly, if you have a farmer-herder conflict, the veterinarian is active on the field, okay, as an extension agent, as a field agent. He treats the animals of both the farmer and the livestock owner. So he can be a bridge in managing their relationships. 2, we know that veterinarians at the local level, they have good relationships with the authorities, both the traditional authorities and the local government. So that relationship also helps in managing that. In the past, we have committees at the local levels where you have the divisional veterinary officer, divisional livestock officer in disputes committees, okay? And they were managed at the local government level. So veterinarians, this is at the rural level. Of course, at the higher level is to initiate policies that encourage peaceful resolutions of the conflicts. Then Dr. Fatherson said, I heard you mentioning helping young people to embrace livestock farming for dairy production. What are you doing to the Fulani pastoralists that are involved in local milk production? Okay, very good question. Number one, the Fulani people are part of the young people that I'm talking about. Okay, it's not exclusive. Okay, all Nigerians will be included. So at the level of the pastoralists, if you had my own resume, I have worked in several projects that work with pastoralists. So what the government is doing is to encourage them to learn that, okay, they need to adapt modern practices of farming, okay? That is key, that reawakening, that reorientation, that instead of having 20 or 50 cows that give you 1 liter, it's better to have 1 or 2 cows. Okay, that's one, that reorientation. 2 is to access to veterinary services, access to water, access to feed. And that is being done at the level of both the federal government and the state government. And also we have a lot of the donor community that regulates that, okay? A lot of donor community that supports that, sorry, not regulates that support the pastoral production. So it is, the pastoralists are core to the production of animals, of milk in Nigeria as it is now, but we are looking at the system encompassing all actors, including the pastoralists. Okay. So who regulates AI in Nigeria and who are the registered vendors? Maybe we'll talk with VCN on this. I knew that the ministry has a list, they brought us a list, but I think these are areas that we really need to look into. We even have a lot of unregistered vendors. So I really like this your question. And these are areas that the ministry, the VCN needs to work together to really get this right, because that's part of the reasons of our failures in the AI. Thank you.
Very much, sir. For those responses. At this end, one of my colleagues was trying to ask whether there are government interventions for veterinary laboratory establishment, especially those that will be engaged in providing mobile veterinary services for dairy farmers in the rural areas. You talked about mobile veterinary laboratory service or something. So we'd like to know whether there are interventions from government or effort to facilitate the accessibility to those interventions, if they are, or what can you say about the possibility of government provision or making availability for people to access and establish such outfit for the benefit of the farmers?
Okay. Thank you very much. The laboratory services fall within the animal health value chain, and they are significant. Okay. I'll start by saying that the MVRI VOM is receiving a lot of attention to ensure that we have the sufficient vaccines and commercialized for sustainability. That's one. Two, the laboratories are components. For me, I take them as mini businesses. So just like you have somebody that is going to go into fattening, going into farming, dairy animals, we need to have a thinking that, okay, this is a business. What do you need? If you are interested, okay, you need the space, you need the linkage to finance. Yes, the ministry will facilitate that for every Nigerian that is interested in doing that. As professionals, we need to change our thinking that, okay, it's not government that will provide all. The government will facilitate, okay, doing that. You need capital, yes. You need introduction to this, yes. The government will do that for you. Thank you very much.
Well, it appears there are no more questions coming in. And we want to say thank you again on the behalf of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, the Vice President and the Acting Registrar. I want to say thank you for availing your time, your resource, mental resource, and experience, sharing with professionals at this special continuing education activity. Thank you so much. We wish you a fruitful continuous engagement, as well as more blessings upon your work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time that you gave me. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All right, distinguished participants, it is my privilege again to call our attention to the fact that the CE is continuing, and we have another presenter who is fully ready to take us on in another dimension. You agree with me that all the presenters have done very, very extremely well. Everyone bringing his own experience from his own angles, and we have been, enlightened and educated more and more. Next on the list is none other than one of our own distinguished professor, and is a man with many caps. Veterinarians are diverse and they excel in all dimensions that they take on. And again, we have the opportunity to listen to one of such individuals, and he's none other than Professor Musa Isyaku Ahmed. He is a scholar, an entrepreneur, an IT, expert. And it's still my privilege to read few of his citation to our hearing. And Professor Musa Isyaku Ahmed has innate ability to strike the balance between his primary area of specialization, which is veterinary parasitology. He's also engaged in arable mechanized agriculture and information and communication technology. He is a pragmatic farmer with 31 years of mechanized farming experience and a voracious player in the agricultural seed sector in Nigeria. Professor Ahmed is a true scholar with intrinsic qualities, organizational skills, and leadership quality, along with his versatility in agriculture, aquaculture, bioinformatics, and information and communication technology, ICT. These qualities made him an ideal candidate for the delivery of agro-veterinary and biomedical research for sustainable development. Professor Ahmed's dexterity, nimbleness, resourcefulness, and ingenuity at work are catalytic assets that perpetually pave way for the numerous appointments he enjoyed with every incoming administration in the universities where he worked. The list is many. I mean, it's quite long. He was the director, Instructional Technology Center, University of Maiduguri, as well as coordinator, Instructional Technology Center. He was also director, Computer Service and Information Technology, University of Ilorin. He served as Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, University of Maiduguri. He was also a member of the Veterinary Council. He held positions of Deputy Director, Sub-Dean, Consultant, Head of Department, and many other responsibilities in the universities where he worked. He is a beneficiary of several meritorious awards, commendations, and scholarships. Distinguished participants, permit me to also bring to your notice that Professor Ahmed is a delightful mentor, an entrepreneur, a go-getter, an administrator, and a passionate educator whose versatility paved way for him to transverse to Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, the University of Maiduguri, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, University of Nigeria in Suka, University of Ilorin, and Federal University of Agriculture, Zuru, and other foreign universities in the course of his academic sojourn. Permit me to stop here, because if I continue to read the profile, it's so wide and thick. Please join me to welcome to the stage Professor M.I. Ahmed, who will take us on a topic titled Recent Advances in Leishmaniasis Research and Management. Prof, you're welcome on board.
Thank you very much. May I begin by appreciating the Veterinary Council of Nigeria for consistently, being an influencer to the continuing education for decades. I must say is commendable, and this is also as a result of the evolving role of the veterinarians in today's world. So thank you very much. The topic, which is the recent advances in research and management of leishmaniasis, is both timely and also very significant. Cutaneous leishmaniasis is one of the neglected diseases in Nigeria, and unfortunately, it is claiming about 12 million cases globally, and also about 350 people are at risk globally. And it is a disease that is associated with the poor sector of the community and people who are subjected to climate change and environmental degradation. So there is no time better than now for the Veterinary Council of Nigeria to bring a topic like this on board, because of the, insurgency in most parts of the Northeast, Northwest, and also the North Central, by displacing people internally. It brings them closer to the vectors of this disease. That is, if they are in the camps. So it's my pleasure. I would have developed some slides and everything, but I am out of the country. I am again on transit. But because of the importance of this seminar, I felt I should create time and also use my phone to link up. Thank you very much for giving me the privilege. Leishmaniasis, the cutaneous leishmaniasis is caused by Leishmania tropica, particularly in northern Nigeria, where it is prevalent here. And there are other forms of the disease which are not too common or are not documented. Like the mucocutaneous is also occurring. I have seen cases in Sokoto and Niger State. But in the book, it is usually said that it's cutaneous leishmaniasis that is prevalent in Nigeria. We have the visceral form of the leishmaniasis, which we thank God it is not prevalent here. It is mostly in Latin American countries and also some parts of Asia. So talking about the cutaneous leishmaniasis, you find that this is a disease that can cause disfigurement. It can also, it has its economic impact. And dogs serve as the reservoir hosts in many parts of the world, but rats have also been incriminated. But from our studies, which we have been going on for over 30 years, we found out that dogs may probably not serve as reservoirs here. More importantly, it is man-to-man transmission. I remember in 1991, when a friend of mine, came with a little lesion on his left wrist with a plaster, a single adhesive tape, dressing the wound. Then after a week or two, then he came back, visiting me, and I saw him, the stripes of the plaster has, increased to 2. Then after some times it became 3. Then about a month or so, then he came up with a bandage on the wrist. On that note, I became curious and I asked him, what is the problem with your hand? He said it's a long story. So he opened it up. He told me he has used all the, third generation antibiotics and antifungal to no avail. So I told him whatever is causing this problem must be on that wound in the wrist. It cannot be on your head or on your toe. So let's go to the laboratory. I remember in 1991, I took him to the laboratory. Then we cleaned up the area, then took a snip of the tissue at the periphery, gave it to the histopathology to look at what could be there. And then I had no idea because back then, over 30 years ago, people's mind, was not on leishmania, and it still remained a neglected disease because people could not really figure out its importance here. So we now checked it, then we did an impression smear, for parasitological checks using GIMSA, and then we found out, some parasites. We cannot stick our neck to say it's leishmania in the macrophages. Then days after, then the result of the histopath came in, and then we corroborate, and then we looked at it, and we found them in the histocytes. So when we looked at it, we believe that this must be leishmania parasite. So, because the disease is not known in this part of the world, so the drugs won't be there. It's like bringing a one-in-town car. When you have a broken windscreen or a problem in the engine, definitely, the spare parts won't be there because there will be no patronage for it. You are the only one having it. So we know all the theory to look for antimony compounds, antimosan, what have you, amphotericin B, heavy doses. So we tried that, but to no avail. So what I quickly resorted to, because we ran out of ideas, I had a herb that I was using, in the horses for a particular ailment. As a matter of fact, I was using it as a ring blocker. When there are lameness in horses and they have a race maybe within the week, by the time we block the nerves, you find that the walker, with the horse will start running around without feeling the pains. So I said, since it is for topical application, why don't I just use this drug on the surface of the wound? At the periphery, you could see the raised, ulcer, and then the periphery has a lot of active follicles. So I asked his consent, and he agreed because all the other conventional drugs didn't work. And when he went to the hospital, they directed him to a military hospital, and in the military hospital, they were suggesting that what they do is they put some gunpowder on that wound, and then it will be okay. He asked them if it will be painful or not. So they referred him to one of the persons that has tried it, and it didn't work. So he said when the powder was applied, it was like putting a 6-inch nail in his skull. So on that, he now returned to me. He said, let us experiment on your own herbs. So we used these herbs on the wound, and when we applied it, whole and behold, within 7 days, it started healing. It became, itchy and what have you. And then after about 10 days, then we had to also cure the open wound with secondary intention. That means you have to give antibiotics because you have killed the protozoans, but then the wound on its own will not heal. You need antibiotic at least to take care of the secondary bacterial infection. So he got healed. This particular person is a member of the House of Representatives now, and it healed. Thereafter, I started using the drug. That was how I discovered a drug by accident to treat cutaneous leishmaniasis. And since then, cases have been referred to me by our vet doctors. I don't know if Professor Lol Dalhatu from Sokoto is here. He has sent even medical doctors to me, and we cured them within weeks. And he also sent somebody who had gone to India, and when they went there, what they did was they, remove all the tissue from that area. He went on his legs, but while coming back, he was somehow deformed because it affects some nerves in the leg, and he had to come on wheel. He spent dollars and then came back still with the wound. Unfortunately for him, he had two forms of the disease, the cutaneous and also the mucocutaneous in his nostrils. So when the pictures were sent to me, to some extent, after working for many years on that area, without going to the laboratory, I'll be able to diagnose the lesion from cutaneous leishmaniasis. Most of the ulcers you see, they are just like a volcanic, appearance with a deeper central area. But for cutaneous leishmaniasis, it's a raised ulcer. And then you would see that completely dead tissue in the center, and then the periphery, you have the follicles, active follicles. That is where you could find the parasites. So it was referred to me, and then I had to ask him if he can. Then I was in University of Ilorin. I had to ask him if he has somebody in Kano, so that when I come down, I can give it to him to take it to Sokoto. He did that, and he got cured. I was monitoring. I have pictures I would have shared with you. Unfortunately, this particular seminar caught me off balance because I'm not in Nigeria. So we gave him the drug. He applied it the same way. It was okay. And, we have treated several people, medical doctors, government officials with their families, and so on. From what I have seen, if you wear protective clothing, there is no way you could have problem with this. It is more related with people who are living in degraded environment with ant hills. That is where you have the Pleurotomus fly, usually Papatassis here, and also you have other species like Sargentii, etc. in northern Nigeria. Wherever you see ant hills, most often than not, during the rainy season, if you come out in the hot afternoon and stare a stick in the hole of the anthill, you would see some weak flies coming up. It could be the Pleurotomus. There are other weaker flies like that, but the way we do is we just insert a stick with cotton wool, wrap over the end, and then immerse it in alcohol. And when we put it in their midst, they get attached to it, and then we take it back to the sample bottle. And with that, we have seen several areas that are, showing presence of the vector. So what are the advances done in that area to curtail the problem of the disease? You find that there are advances in the area of the research and also the diagnosis, and also we have also other areas. First, looking at the improved diagnostic techniques, the PCR, quantitative PCR, is very helpful because what we have is that it tries to catch the disease at early stage, unlike the other diagnostic techniques, the parasitological and pathological techniques that we have been using. So improvement in the diagnostic with PCR, many laboratories now in our colleges of veterinary medicine and in the faculties of veterinary medicine, they have these things. And then the, loop mediated, thermostable technique is also very important in amplification. And also the genomic insights. People are working on the genomic insights of these parasites, and this has particularly in South Africa. I have some contacts with them, and also in Cairo University. So this has also shed lights on the diversity of the parasite and also the drug resistance of the species. So that is an achievement, and also the genomic insights, is paving way for precision medicine. That means to be sure exactly, because those diagnoses that we did in the laboratory using pathological techniques, tissue section, and also parasitological, it's not confirmatory. So with, the genomic insight is also paving way for precision medicine. Then vaccine. Some people are developing vaccine, particularly in South America. You find that the production of the vaccines such as Canilish and Letifend has really controlled and prevent the occurrence of reservoir hosts in endemic areas. So that is another achievement. Then we have the vector control innovation beyond the traditional insecticides. The same impregnated dog collar that we use in dogs to take care of ticks, and it is being used. It keeps the Phlebotomus sandfly away from the reservoir host. So we are trying to look at the chain and see where is it easier, where is the weakest part of the life cycle of the disease that we can break, because a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So it's easy when you prevent the occurrence of reservoir hosts, then this could be taken care of. Again, like here in our environment, the infection is more like between man to man. Humans serve as the reservoir host. So maybe use of insect repellents, staying away in the late evening times, because these phlebotomas, they are nocturnal. They come out in the evening around 5, and then maybe in the early hours of the night. And you find that if one can wear protective clothing, again, we can control the disease at that point too. Then we have therapeutic development. The amphotericin B has not been yielding any result, and then, has developed resistance. Some people in the past, what they even use is cryotherapy. They take maybe some kind of rods at a very low temperature, like that of a liquid nitrogen, and then not quite, but it has to be maybe like minus 10 degrees. They can just put it on the site of the wound, and by so doing, killing the parasite at the periphery. But it's very painful, and also cause tissue damage. And if there are nerves at that area, after the healing, then there will be some, consequences, collateral damage. So liposomal amphotericin B has been brought into the market. It can be used with some degree of success. But like I said, all these drugs, they have side effects. So because of that, I kept on with my team. We have been working on the area of producing ethnomedicine. And because of that, I'm working with some team in the University of Jos, in the African Center of Phytomedicine Research. And I took some of these drugs with some people. We are working using the fruit fly, the laboratory fruit fly, as a model, because physiologically, the fruit fly is almost 95% like humans. So because of that, the fruit fly are bred in the laboratory, and we use them for in vitro and in vivo studies. So we also have some media, Neil Magnus and Nicholas media for the in vitro, and then the in vivo, we use the fruit fly, which serves as the replica of humans. So these drugs, by the time we get it ready, I believe what we are checking in the drugs is to see how can we test its toxicity. If it is toxic to the fruit fly, then definitely it will be toxic to humans. And then looking at the therapeutic effect also. And also we're checking at evaluating the possibility of looking at the potential mechanism for the treatment, and also to develop and optimize a stable phytomedicine drug that will be, curing cutaneous leishmaniasis. And the good thing about it is that it is being used for topical application. So the toxicity aspect is really minimal, and when you are checking these things, so we are working on that to see how some of these things can be harnessed. So these are the advances in the research area, and also we also have the management aspect. The management aspect, you find that government policymakers have to come in. Like the Veterinary Council of Nigeria is organ for the policy promulgation in Nigeria. So it's a kind of ecosystem approach. We have them including the Leishmania parasite as part of the neglected tropical diseases in Nigeria. And when it is noticed, then it can come in. And when you are looking at ways of mitigating climate change, the effects of climate change, and also when you are trying to mitigate or support people who are in the IDPs, then with this kind of disease, the vets will come in, and definitely that would also be a good thing. But the advances have not been made in that way, but this is a way forward. And also the researchers, there is call for localization of diagnostic tools. We need to have the proper tools in our laboratories. By the time you diagnose any disease, then 50% of the problem is solved. So if we can have, current equipment, then definitely half of our problem is solved. I'm happy to hear from my lecturer and mentor, Professor Umo, in his earlier presentation. I'm happy to see that he is catching up with evolution of things, talking about AI and so many other things. There is no way you can achieve your goal these days without anticipating modernity. If you don't anticipate modernity, then you will have modernity forced onto you. So I'm really glad to hear Professor Umo talking about all of these things. So these are things that be part of the ecosystem approach. VCN, as he rightly suggested, should be up to the task. You can have a team, people within the membership of the vets, and then they can contribute to seeing how they should be reviewing some of the policies of government. There is nobody who is going to do this except us. So we have to come up with the idea. We're the ones to really tell the government what is required. So you find that it is a very good thing. Then if I looked at this, let me make it as brief as possible. As we continue to push the frontiers of the Leishmania research and innovation, our greatest impact also not only in discovery, but in translating knowledge into actions, turning science into safety, research into resilience, and expertise into hope. We have the hope agenda, so we can translate that into hope. Let us, as veterinarians, reaffirm our commitment to the future. where no zoonotic disease goes unnoticed. So thank you very much. Registrar, are we together?
Wonderful, wonderful. Again, thank you very much, Professor M.I. Ahmed, for making time out of your tight schedule outside the shores of Nigeria to make this presentation. Brief but compact, heavy with information and experience. Also throwing challenge for those of us that are in the research sector to know that we are solution providers. And sometimes some of these solutions will come by mistake, just like discovery, incidentally or accidentally. But they contribute to our development, and as we have heard, solution to cutaneous leishmaniasis is in view. So thank you very much, Prof, for sharing the story of how God has helped you to arrive at this and continue your continual improving on seeing that this product is out for the benefit of humanity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Distinguished participants, you agree with me that the difference is clear in terms of network where Prof is. Very clean and audio smooth. Thank you. And I want to believe that very soon our experience in Nigeria will also improve. All right. Please, the floor is open for questions and comments from participants. I know many have taken notes. Some have been challenged. So what are those comments you have or questions that you have from the presentations? Please drop them on the box, and I believe Prof will be more than happy to respond to them. Thank you. Any question? All right. Sometimes it comes through. Yes. Sometimes the question comes slowly because of network challenges or issues. The network will be slow where those responses are. From the charts, there are thanks, appreciation, thank you, beautiful, brilliant presentations from the authority himself. All right. There is a question here from Atia Kuje, and the question reads, have drugs like ivermectin and its derivative been tried? If yes, what were the results? So, Prof, the question is there for you. Our colleague is asking whether drugs like ivermectin and its derivatives were used in trial, and if yes, what were the results in handling the cases of cutaneous leishmaniasis? The network.
Sorry, it's not the network. Actually, I was trying to
okay,
zoom in to see the question, but then I thought something, but everything is okay now. So if I got it clear, I think the question is,
please go ahead and respond to the question.
Yes, whether Ibomec has been used. Ibomec is a magic drug. I was part of the team that tried the first Ibomec pour-on in 1988 in Nigeria, you know, when it was first introduced. But Ibomec, though it is a magic drug, you find that it has a very narrow safety margin. Then secondly, you find that Ibomec has some effects, especially when you have ulcerated area. Diseases like Burulai, if you remember, last month there was an outbreak in Adamawa. So people thought it was even leishmaniasis. A case was brought to my attention and I tracked some right there, even in Abuja. But Burulai, you know, is a bacterial infection caused by Mycobacterium ulcerans. So we tried cases with ivermectin to see whether, since these are, you know, cutaneous lesions, whether these things would cure it. It didn't. I have tried in the past, you know, for the skin, but it doesn't work because this parasite is in the tissue cells. It's found in the macrophages and in the histocytes. So if, you know, you use systemic Ibomec, you know, you find that it doesn't get into the cells, because if it gets to the cell, then it will kill the cell itself. It will become a kind of autoimmune disease. So because they live in the cells, things like Besnoitia, things like Leishmania, you know, those intracellular parasites, you don't use Ibomec to kill them. And some species, you know, look at the trypanosomes. So if it is in the intercellular fluids, you can catch them there. But mechanism of action of ivermectin does not allow it to get into the tissue cells. So that is why it is not used and it is not effective. So, but this particular drug that we have is an ethnomedicine. I have presented a seminar on it, you know, in CDC in Atlanta in 2013. And what we have found out is that the drug is not toxic. It gets into the cells. So that is why we have been paying a lot of attention to see how it can be patented. They tried to lure me into it by first, you know, destabilizing me. They said, why should we collaborate with you when the disease is not found in America? That was the question they said in CDC Atlanta. So I told them yes, in my response, that the disease is not in America, but Americans are all over the world. So there was a big applause to that. So the point I'm trying to make is that anytime you are trying to make a discovery, you have to be patient. If you don't work for many years on these things, you rush into it, you would only end up developing, a foundation. And that is what most of ethnomedicine experts are doing. They develop a foundation to DPC level, they leave it, they take another herb and then do the same thing. We need to finish up. And that is what took me to University of Jos in the African Center of Phytomedicine Research. I'm working with some of the team there, and we thank God we are getting results. This is a miracle plant that when we give it out to the Westerners, then definitely it will be theirs. So I call it, plant A, plant B. That's how we use them. Actually, what I use are the extracts, aqueous extract of the roots of that plant and also the aqueous extract of the leaves. So what we are even trying to see is, are these leaves, can you find the same component? That's the question, the research question, in other plants apart from that one. 2, can you use the ethanolic extracts of these plants? How effective is it? So we are comparing a whole array of all of these things, and we are making a headway. The good thing is that we have tried it clinically severally, even in hospitals. In General Hospital Maiduguri, I remember far back in the 2000, 2005, I had a consultant that was working with me, and they have been referring cases. All cases that are, without even going to the laboratory now, because I have worked with this parasite for a long time. So if you can send the picture, a clear picture of the lesion in a WhatsApp, I would be able to diagnose it. I don't need to go to the laboratory. It is the only cutaneous ulcer that has raised surface. All other ulcers, they are having a depressed center, but this one is a raised surface. And it starts, unlike the other ulcers, like a papule, just, and then each papule, and then it opens up. It keeps on increasing in size. And it deforms the limbs. Usually it is the exposed parts of the body that, are afflicted, and you find that it eats into the tissue of such. So ivermectin, to summarize, cannot work in this area because any parasite that is inside the cell, you can only use immunomodulators so that you enhance the strength of the host, that is immune status, you increase on it. But to kill the parasite is like suicidal. You can't take a drug into the cell. So most of them, those parasites that get into the cell, they are sometimes called immuno experts because they, once they could get into the cell, they have immunity. Just like the politician, when you occupy a big position, then you cannot be tried. Thank you very much. Any more question? Hello?
I hear you.
Okay. Any more question?
All right. We have this one is a question. Let me read it.
Okay.
Say, can a skin infection with the following signs, severe pruritus when in contact with water, the formation of skin flakes, and subsequently falls off, can this be linked to cutaneous leishmaniasis? In putting it in other words, is what are the clinical signs of cutaneous leishmaniasis? I think this person is trying to inquire or compare it with experience or what he or she have seen. Jerome Barnabas. That person is from Jerome Barnabas. So, Prof, please go ahead and maybe educate us on the clinical signs of cutaneous leishmaniasis, and then I believe the person that asked the question will relate it with his or her own experience.
Okay. So actually, the canker, caused as a result of a bite of female phlebotomine fly is similar to that of the sleeping sickness of man. A papule reddish, and then it itches. And the more you scratch, the more you are increasing the vascularization in that area. And so the more you nourish the parasite. So what it does, because for the leishmania, it is, a kind of stain in that site of infection, unlike the trypanosomes, which will follow the bloodstream and then get to visceral organs and then multiply. But for the leishmania, when it is injected into the man or animal, what it does is that, along with the saliva, by way of contamination, what it does is that it is the slender form of the parasite, that is the Leptomonas, that gets into the body. And then this one multiplies by binary fission, starting by the construction of the nucleus and then the cytoplasmic matrix, and then one given to two given. So when they multiply in large number, the cells burst and then infect pressure cells. But at that stage, once they get into the definitive host, they are in the circular form, the leishmania stage. So, and they get into the histocytes and also the macrophages. So that is where they keep themselves safe. So, and what happens is it opens up as a small wound, then it keeps on, eating up that area. As the parasite, destroys the tissue cells, they move to the periphery. So that is why you find that the active part of the wound is at the periphery. It's pathognomonic to see raised hair follicles for a clinical case of cutaneous leishmaniasis. No cutaneous lesion manifests in that way. Even the buruli that happened in Adamawa last month or thereabout, you find that the difference is for the buruli, it eats into the tissue, making it like a volcano, the center depressing, eating of the tissue. But this one, it doesn't eat into the tissue. You find that as it is destroying the hair follicles, you find that there won't be blood supply in those areas, so they move to the periphery for nourishment. So you see the raised hair follicles. As they destroy that one, they move to the periphery. They move outwards. That is how they do it. So it's very, at certain stage, I become so much cumbersome with it that I don't need to go to the laboratory to diagnose a case of cutaneous leishmaniasis. Just like you don't need to go to the lab when you see a mosquito, resting on the wall to say this is anoplin, this is culicin, this is Aedes. You don't need to go to the lab because you would see the position of the abdomen to the resting surface. You could see the dot on the Aedes. So the same way for this one, it is very clear when you have raised hair follicles at the periphery, then I could just say this must be cutaneous leishmaniasis. In all other ulcers that are related to the skin, they are quite different. There are several other ulcers. What they do is you find that you don't have those raised hair follicles because Leishmania tropica, the parasite's metabolism is so high. It eats up whatever is there, and by the time it destroys the narrow blood vessels to the tissue. So it's like suicidal. They have to move outward to where there will be nourishment. So this is the difference between leishmania, cutaneous leishmania, lesion, and the other lesions. I wish I had ample time before the presentation. I would have prepare some slides and come along with them. It would have looked very graphic and very nice. We have diagnosed cases like that, several, before and after, before and after. When you look at the picture, it's so convincing. And this was what I presented even in the CDC laboratory, Atlanta. And it's quite convincing when you look at it. On its own, some people would tell you in the literature that it would heal, but I can tell you it's so damaging. And I have a case of mucocutaneous leishmaniasis diagnosed in Sokoto. The case was referred to me by a colleague, Professor Lawal Dalhatu, and we came and we treated this person. These things are reality. So the lesions now become very visible to me without having to go and do parastological, or tissue section pathological. So, but with the advances now, with quantitative PCR, you would be able to detect the disease very early. In surveillance and what have you, you would be able to look at the status of the disease in a community and then come up with, strategy to mitigate it, particularly in the IDPs. In Northwest and Northeast, these are cases of concern. I would like to share this with you that I have seen cases of cutaneous leishmaniasis is on the rise in the northern parts of Nigeria. And something needs to be done. And this is where the policymakers, VC and for us, should come in, and then we looked at some of these things and then make recommendation to government. Because where they are kept in the IDPs, you find that they are being brought close to the vectors of the disease. Thank you.
There is a question or request further explanation if the herbal preparations for management of cutaneous leishmaniasis is readily available. How can individuals access it?
Okay, thank you. Actually, what we are trying to do now, we are in the laboratory. What we are trying to do is to see if we can standardize it, after confirming that the therapeutic effect is okay, and we look at what component of the extract is really, treating the disease. Then we do this, then we standardize it in an acceptable form so that it can be used in humans. So you have to, go through all of these stages and then involve a medical doctor. This is where the One Health thing come in. Actually, in the case of cutaneous leishmaniasis, the veterinarian is at an intersection of animal welfare, human well-being, and the environmental, aspects. So this is a big role, and it is only the veterinarian that can handle the other two because the reservoirs are in animals. And I am telling you, most of the people in the medical section, human medicine, they are not well, enlightened on this disease. So it is a very timely topic that BCN had brought. If colleagues can go into it, there are a lot of things that can be found. And going by bioinformatics, you can just sit with your laptop in your room or in your office. You can do a lot. This is a barren area, not much, a virgin area where not much has been done. So I think this is where the beds can intersect as a component of One Health, which is coming up now, and then see how we can play a role. I hope it answers the question. Like the drug he was talking about, once it is patented, if it is patented, then it would be made available. But as it is now, at the trial level, I still offer, if you can send a picture, a clear picture with good resolution of the lesion, we would be able to know, and then I can give it to you for free, but on the condition that I should have the pictures before and then after the healing. So these are the things we are doing really. For ethical purposes, we are involving medical doctors so that, it's just like when my colleague and my friend who after looking at the devil and the deep blue sea, going with the gunpowder in the military hospital, or going with this herbs that doesn't even pinches at all. So, and once you apply it in a pasty form, then it doesn't stay too long. It dries up and peels, and then you apply like 3 times, and then you continue with the healing by secondary infection, for the secondary infection. So, and that is it. So, for any case, we can still treat it as it is now, at the laboratory level, because it's topical application. But then when it is patented, it becomes money. It has to. But the good thing is that it is a very cheap drug. If I can tell you for free that what it takes to cure a case of cutaneous leishmaniasis, it doesn't cost more than 100 naira. That is a good aspect of it. So somebody went to India, spent, millions of naira, and then came back on a wheelchair. This is a documented case, and then only for him to be given a drug that is as cheap as 100, 200 naira, and then it got cured. So it is really a very promising future for the advances in, treatment, therapeutic, area in cutaneous leishmaniasis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We cannot thank you enough for sharing your experiences and bringing to our knowledge also the advances in managing leishmaniasis, particularly cutaneous leishmaniasis. We thank you so much on the behalf of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, the VCN president and the leadership, as well as the registrar, acting registrar, Veterinary Council of Nigeria. We'd like to thank you very much and to wish you more breakthroughs in this aspect, as well as in veterinary parasitology at large. Thank you so much, and thank you, distinguished participants, for your time again. As we move closer to the end of this seminar for the day, it's my privilege to turn you over to our Deputy Registrar, Dr. Helen Oputa, who will read the citation for our next presenter, Dr. Abiola Olusuji. Dr. Helen, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. John Garuba. Thank you. And I want to say thank you to the acting registrar for this opportunity to share his face on this edition of the 2025 November version of the Continuing Education Program. And I'd like to congratulate every participant. Thank you for your patience. It's been a rewarding time, I must agree, but I thank you for your resilience. But we got used to this from the veterinary school, where by 6, 7 you are in your class and you are returning at about 6 in the evening with probably just 1 hour break time to refresh. So I'm sure you've been used to this from campus, and I salute your courage and your resilience. The last presenter for this session is Dr. Abiola John Olusoji. He's a veterinarian, DVM holder with a master's, and is also a fellow of the College of Veterinary Surgeons. Dr. Abiola graduated as Doctor of Veterinary Medicine in the year 2000 from the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, University of Ibadan. He proceeded to Gombe State for the National Youth Service, which he finished in the year 2001. He then worked as an assistant production manager at Shobowale Animal Shan Farms in Ogun State, before joining the State Ministry for a brief stay in 2002. He later proceeded for his master's degree program at the Department of Veterinary Medicine, specializing in food animals with special bias for swine. He is currently a senior lecturer at the Department of Veterinary Medicine, with specialization in animal husbandry and management. He has over 12 years of teaching and research experience in animal husbandry and management at higher institutions. He has a special interest in animal behavior and welfare, especially on the improvement of animal welfare in the country. He's a member of Animal Welfare Club in University of Ibadan with members across various faculties. He is also the staff advisor to Students Farm Research Foundation in UI, a body that believes in practical involvement of students in animal husbandry. He's a consultant to the different livestock farms in the southwest of Nigeria. He is a practicing farmer himself, albeit at a small scale. He is happily married with 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. John Abiola to give us an insight into alternative livestock systems, piggery and rabbitry as strategic protein sources, resources constrained settings. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Am I audible enough?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. Thank you very much. Slide of PDF. Can I have the slide?
Okay.
Can I have the slide, please? Good afternoon once again. My name is Abiola John Olusoji from Department of Veterinary Medicine, University of Ibadan, as earlier said, and to present on the topic as piggery and rabbitry as strategic protein sources in resource-constrained setting. Though I'm to speak on the protein sources, I also want to speak on the financial aspect of these 2 animals, be it how small or how neglected they may be. So I want you to follow me as I present. Now, the piggery and rabbitry as strategic protein source in resource constrained is due to their, number 1, they have high feed conversion efficiency. They can convert feed, especially food waste from kitchen, into good meat. That is the first one. And also they have rapid reproduction rate. They are litter producing animals. They don't just give birth to one, they give birth to, especially in pig, you have pig that will give birth to about minimum of 4, and you have rabbit also that will produce about minimum of 2 or 3. They don't just give birth to one. And then also they have high turnover rate. Unlike rapid reproduction rate, then they are suitable for small scale. They also have a rapid fecundity rate. The gestation period is very low compared to pig and compared to ruminant, sheep, goat, which is about 5 months, and cattle, which is about 9 months. For rabbit, it's just about 33 days, and for pig, it's just about 114 days, making them to have a high reproduction rate. And as I said earlier, they are suitable for small scale, family-based farming. They provide a crucial source of high-quality animal protein, another opportunity for income generation, and improve household nutrients. Their family can just go in to taking their meat from that area. So I want to look at the key advantages in resource-constrained settings. When you look at the feed efficiency, let's look at the pig. They efficiently convert feed, including kitchen waste. They convert them into meat and outperform ruminants in this area. You have waste from kitchen that can be thrown into the dustbin that you can feed into your pigs, and they are going to convert it. Similar thing for rabbit. High feed conversion rate. They can turn plant protein of little use to woman into high value meat. You don't need to go and be sourcing for high cost feed. You can just use this kitchen waste to feed them, and you are going to make good protein out of them and also good income. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, this is a picture showing these animal being fed on kitchen waste. If you look at it very well, they are fed remnant of maize husk, banana husk, and different areas. There is a research going on in the University of Ibadan where we are looking at this and want to look at what component is going to add onto them and what other area can we save from their feed. Next slide, please. Now, apart from this kitchen waste, you look at it, the way you are going to set them up. Now, we can look at their reproduction and growth. As I told us earlier on, piggery, they have short generation interval, their litter producing size. In this slide, you can see some sack packed there. Those are the kitchen waste that are being prepared for those animals. Although it is not too clear, but those are the kitchen waste that we are using as a though for research now, but they are the one that is sustaining them. Now, let's look at reproduction and growth. Piggery, they have a short generation interval. They have their litter production, as I said on, and they have fast growth. A pig can farrow 3 times in 14 months. Don't forget I said that their gestation period is 114 days. They may not be able to farrow 3 times in a year, but within 14 months, they can farrow twice. And then when you look at rabbitry, rabbit are spontaneous ovulator, they are prolific breeders, they have rapid growth rates, and they get into early maturity. Within 2-3 months, you have a mature rabbit that you can sell as a winner, that people can also come to buy from you. And you have enough that you can even breed for meat production, even for household consumption. Next slide, please. These are the litter produced from a rabbit, and these are about 5, just from a single mother. These are their winning stage. Please, let's go to the next slide. We want to look at another key factor. Now, another key advantage is our resource need. Now, piggery can be reared almost anywhere with suitable housing. Don't forget, I underline almost. The reason why I underline almost is that it is going to be difficult to rear them at the backyard. But in a resource setting, in a rural area, you can rear them at the backyard. Unlike rabbitry that you can rear indoor. But piggery can be reared almost anywhere with suitable housing. You can utilize byproduct like household waste and garden fodder. Once you have a good housing, once you have a good setting, you can rear this pig. The only constraint here is about the noise and the smell for the pig. But for rabbitry, they have a better advantage here. And that's why you see then that they require minimal space and can be raised on readily available green vegetation, reducing reliance on expensive concentrates. You can rear the rabbit at the backyard. You can create a shed at the backyard. If you have a room that is not in use, or a flat that is not in use, you can actually convert it into rabbitry, and there will be no issues about that. But for pig, you have to look for a suitable area where you can house them because of complaint from the neighbors. And that's why I said almost anywhere you can rear piggery. Next slide, please. Now, I purposely bring this to look at the resources being used by farmers for construction of the house. Once you can secure the floor, you can actually use wood for the wall so that you are not going to spend too much. And if you are looking at this, there's a way that we actually constructed it to make a crib area out of where the piglet can sleep. And so thereby not allowing the sow to lay over them. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, this is rabbit now. This is the rabbit in a cage, and these are metal cage. You can see them placed in a room. This is a hall. These are the teaching and research farm where we have this rabbit. The first picture I showed to you was at the backyard, the unused flat of a neighbor, or the second flat was used as the rabbit center. So we can go to the next one where you are going to see the next yard. This is in a room now. This is made of also metal, but it was constructed in such a way that it's in 2 tiers, whereby the fecal materials and the urine will not fall on each another. So this is a construction that can be done indoor, and it's not too expensive. There are things that you can consider, whereby you just, before going to the work in the morning, you check on the rabbit, and when you come back in the afternoon or in the evening, you want to check on the rabbit again, and you have ended up the day activities for your rabbitry. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, what other key advantage do we have? Nutritional value. When you look at the pig, they provide an important source of protein to address malnutrition. If you actually Google, you will see that pork is the most consumed meat all over the world, because in the way it is consumed in China, where you have the largest of the population, and when they are reared with a good feeding materials, they can also produce lean meat, and they are good protein to address malnutrition. If there are other protein sources that are expensive, you can consider pork. Likewise, rabbitry. The meat is lean, it is high in protein, low in fat and cholesterol, and rich in vitamin and minerals. So they are very nutritious. They are not too reddish that can cause or that can bring another health issue into one's life. So it's a good thing that you can consider for this animal. Let's go to the next slide. That's the nutritional value of pig. And then now let's look at the economic impact. As I told you earlier on, I was to talk about the protein sources, but with this one cannot be left without analyzing it. When you look at the economic impact, with piggery, you have a quick return on your investment, and it's a source of regular cash income and savings for emergency. Take for example, if your pig delivers 6 piglets and you don't want to keep them, a piglet in the southwest of Nigeria now goes between 25 to 30,000 naira per piglet. So if you have 6 piglets within 3 months, 4 months, you have that's 180K, which is you have a lot to deal with. You have a lot of income that will come into your pocket, that will come into your kitty. So you can consider that. And when they grow old, you also know that we sell pig per kg as live weight. And when you want to sell them as meat, as pork, you also sell them per kg. For live weight of pig now in the southwest is between 2,200 to 2,500 naira per kg. So if you have a grower that is about 40 kg, you are talking about 100,000, and you can rear them to have about 10, 15, 20, depending on your capacity. So if you have more than a sow, you know how much is coming every 3 months or every 4 months into your kitty. The same thing goes for the rabbit. Though with low initial investment, unlike piggery where you have a capital investment that you need to construct the house, you need to wall, you need to do the flooring to be very concrete so that there won't be any loophole, they won't dig the soil. But unlike rabbit, you have low initial investment and its potential for additional income from fur, from skin, and from manure, including the urine. People are utilizing the urine for manure also, and people are selling the urine now. But let's just look at the animals. 5,000 naira for winners. If you are going to sell a winner, if you have about between 6 and 8, it's 5,000 naira each for winners, and it's 5,000 naira per kg for adults. Irrespective, when you look at the adults, you weigh it and then you sell it at 5,000 naira per kg. So those are the economic aspects of this animal. Apart from the protein source, they are good return on economy. They are quick return on investment that one can consider for one's investment. Please, let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Now, when you look at pig and when you look at rabbitry, the management, when you look at the management for the piggery, you have minimal technical skills that is needed, and then you can distribute this task among different family members. Who is going to sweep the floor? Who is going to feed them? Who is going to take care of the piglets? Who is going to monitor them? Who is going to keep the record? These are things that can be distributed. They are not as difficult as poultry, where you need some technicality to manage them and to provide a suitable environment. Likewise, in rabbitry, management is also relatively simple, as I earlier stated, that it can be simple for smallholder farmers with limited experience. When you buy them, when you bring them into the cage, you just need some observation, keep your record, and you begin to monitor them. By the time you are monitoring them, you are making a quick discovery, and you can also go on to do the right thing for them so that they will be able to perform very well. Next slide, please. Now, as we said, the another advantage is that these animals are actually involved in biomedical research. They are involved in biomedical research. Both animals are good and often used in biomedical research for drug discovery or diseases simulation. We just finished a research on noxious gas innovation in pig, and the paper is under review in academia. We want to see whether those noxious gas can actually affect the brain of the pig, and which invariably is going to be simulated into human. Now, if you look at it recently, the pig have been used for xenotransplantation, and we don't know how long it's going to take the world. The kidney and the heart has been transplanted into man, though they live for a short while, but I know research is still going on in which they can improve on it and then get to a place where this animal will be in high demand. If this animal is in high demand and you have them, you know that you are not only keeping them for protein, you are also keeping them from economical benefit, and you are keeping them for researcher to come and be looking for you to get this animal. So organ from pig have been used in xenotransplantation, and this is another opportunity that may soon become a money spinning venture in a short while. Next slide, please. Now, for you to go on in this business, or for you to be able to do it, let me briefly talk about the selection of breeding stock. Just because of time factor, I would have been able to list them, but the selection of breeding stock, we need to avoid so many things when we want to select. But specifically for pig, we look at the teeth, whether for male or the female. The mammary gland on the chest, we want to make sure that they are usually 12, 6 on each side, and they are not inverted, so that they will be able to breastfeed very well. Then we need to look at congenital abnormalities. We need to look at the formation of the snout, of the leg. They are not crooked. They don't have atrophic rhinitis. Those are the things that must be put in place before you do the selection of the breeding stock. If they are deformed from the beginning, we may not be able to get the good breeding stock, and then our venture may eventually be affected. So we need a good selection. If you want to buy, you need to consider the farm where you are going to buy from and look at this one very critically. Once you have looked at those critical ones and you have made a good selection, then the basic management procedure that you need to do for others, both pig and rabbit, is that you have to clean the pen or the cage every day. You need to feed them. You need to observe very well, and you need to keep record. You need to do routine medication, and you need to carry out postmortem where necessary. For concerning the routine medication, time will not permit me to be able to tell you, but if you can take care of your pig and rabbit very well, you don't need to use antibiotic indiscriminately. And at the moment, in this present day Nigeria, there's no vaccination in these two animals. Though vaccination is being worked upon for ASF, but as at now, no commercial vaccines is available for ASF, and others for rabbit also. There is a viral disease, the viral outbreak of disease in rabbits very recently that we are also researching on, so that we'll be able to keep those rabbits. But those are the things that we did. Those are the basic management procedure that we need to observe, so that we'll be able to get good protein from this animal and also be able to get good financial resources. Let's look at the next slide, please. Now, apart from what I've said, I just want to talk briefly that if you look at this slide very well, you will see a portion where there is plantain, and you see a portion where there is pawpaw. That these animals are not only kept for the meat alone, their manure can also be used to plant trees and vegetation around them. We are trying to plant plantain now so that it's going to be of an economical value unto us. That the manure can also be used to generate plantain. That after harvesting the animal, we can also harvest the plantain. So the plantain is going to serve two major sources, which is going to be economical, and it's also going to be what we call insulation for the pigs. So that during the hottest part of the day, the plantain is going to provide shade across the pen, and the animal will not feel the heat so much as it's going to be facing the sun directly. Can we go to the next slide? Now, the strategic role for this animal, in summary, is that under food security and nutrition, both livestock types help fill the protein deficit gap in developing nations, and they are directly contributing to the household nutrition and food security. As I told you, the animals are available for the owner to keep and then to get for a sustainable protein source for the family. Also, livelihood support. They serve as a viable livelihood for rural and urban population, especially for women, by providing a steady income stream from sales of animals and the byproduct from the sales of the urine. Those who can sell the manure, if you cannot sell the manure, you can utilize the manure, and whatever the manure is being utilized for, they can also be sold, and then there will be income. The livelihood support will be gathered for those who have the animal. And then sustainability. The rabbit farming in particular is very eco-friendly, though pig waste can also be used as a valuable source of manure. So we can turn the manure into eco-friendly use. Instead of the pig manure smelling and people are complaining about it, we can actually look into it and then turn it into a friendly use, an eco-friendly use. In thereby we are going to utilize it, and we have some other byproducts that we can get from it. Next slide, please. Now, what are the challenges? The challenges to consider in this animal. The number one of those challenges is disease or diseases. For both animals, they have a myriad of disease that can affect them, and we need to work very well to avoid those diseases coming into the farm or coming into our setup, so that we will not have a devastating loss from this animal. Then pilfering, one needs to be very careful. Though it is very difficult to steal anything from pig, but rabbitry are very quiet, and anybody can steal a rabbit. And those are the experiences we have on the farm. People stealing the animal, or people stealing the feed that you are using in feeding them, or people stealing the drugs, or people stealing some other materials. So we also need to consider pilfering, especially when the farm is open to all. We also need to consider the attitude of the stockman. Probably the farm is getting bigger, and you have somebody that has been employed. You need to look at the attitude. You need to look at the character. You need to look at the human-animal interaction, because this can actually affect the production of the animal, which is going to reduce the protein source that we want to look at, and can also reduce the economic aspect of this protein, the economic aspect of the livestock that we have just mentioned. Then the other challenge is the site for the piggery. Don't forget, I mentioned it from the beginning, that piggery can actually be very difficult to be situated because of the proximity to human being, and because of their nature, in which they make a lot of noise and they could also be smelling. So if you can get an adequate site for the piggery, is a challenge to consider. And don't forget that many of the sites that you are going to locate, the passability onto that area may be very difficult. So those are the challenges that one need to consider in order to set up this venture. Next slide, please. So how do we now mitigate, or how do we prevent those challenges that we have just mentioned? Number one is that we need to consider our biosecurity very well. We need to consider the biosecurity. In fact, the first three are talking about biosecurity. The cleaning, the disinfection, they are actually basically the aspect of biosecurity. Most of the time, my experience with farmers is that whenever they are setting up any animal, any farm, they want everybody to come and see. This is not the time to come and see. This is the time to conserve and look at it. So we need to consider the biosecurity. We need to take the cleaning very serious, and we need to disinfect the area very well. And then we need to engage in good feeding. We need to engage the animal in good feeding. Look at this, the feed that you are going to give them. Whether it's going to be grass, whether it's going to be kitchen waste, they must be well taken care of. They must not grow moldy. They must not be what is going to affect them negatively. Moldy food is going to affect the pregnancy of pigs and likewise that of the ruminant. They can lead to mycotoxin infection. So we need to consider good feeding in order to be able to get good protein and good profit for them. And we also need to consider worker education. We don't just need to neglect all the stockmen working with us. We need to consider their education. We need to make sure that they are well tutored about taking care of the animals. We don't just need to neglect them. We don't just need to leave them to do whatever they like, because this eventually is going to affect our productivity. And we also need to consider the site of the piggery. We need to consider a good site so that there will be no litigation in the nearest future. Next slide, please. That is it. Thank you for listening. I don't know if there are questions for me from this presentation, as I've been able to tell you that it's not only for protein that we consider this animal. We can actually make a livelihood from them. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless you.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You must agree with me that this was really an academic exercise. Thank you, Dr. John Olusoji. We appreciate this. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, ma.
We really appreciate. This is, in fact, a whole lot, but concise and, you know, so articulate. I appreciate this, and I know the community watching you, we also want to say that we appreciate you. At this juncture, I want to say to the veterinary community, please, let's have your questions, because Dr. Olusoji is loaded. He is loaded, and I believe he has answers to all your doubts and questions as far as rabbitry and piggery establishment is concerned. For me, I think I'm really, really interested. This looks so good. It sounds so good, really, because number one, it's not capital intensive, and yet with so much productivity. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Lushola. Please, can we have questions?
Thank you, ma.
You're welcome, sir. Questions? Please, the chat box is open. Let's respond. Are there questions? If we're not getting questions, I want to assume that the topic was well understood, well assimilated, well received. Nothing yet.
Just put off down.
Okay. Doctor, we are just having people thanking you. The community is overwhelmed, and this is a very, for a kind of economy we find ourselves, this challenging economy, this is a good one. And I think we will be at the liberty to give people your contact in case they need to consult you for advice on how to set up a farm. You have well told us that, yes, sir, it's, so are we at the liberty to make your contact available to the community?
Yes, ma.
Sir. Okay, there's a question now for you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. The common diseases of rabbit, the major bacterial disease that we have for rabbit is what we call snuffle. It's a respiratory disease. That's the one that usually affects them, that they won't be able to sneeze and they won't be able to respire very well. They won't be able to breathe very well. And there are culture that we can do and then prescribe antibiotics from the antibiotic sensitivity test. But the major prevention that we can do is not to expose them to cold. We can, during the rainy season, we can make the environment to be warm. so that they will not be exposed to it. Coupled with this is mange, the common mange from the mite. And then we can also prevent that by making the cage, you know, when I talk about disinfection and cleaning, we can make it so open so that it will be thoroughly disinfected and there won't be infestation. If you are buying a new animal, we need to quarantine it, not just mix them up with the one we have on the farm already, so that there won't be cross infection. Then there is this viral disease, I think rabbit hemorrhagic disease that ravaged the Southwest in about maybe 2020, 2021. We are still working on that, but there's no vaccine for it now. So what we can do also is that we can quarantine so that it will not actually affect them. But when I talk about routine medication, don't let us forget to deworm them regularly. Deworming is of very paramount importance, as one can also affect them. So those are the major ones that can actually be a devastating effect on the rabbit, which we need to look up onto. And then this other question is asking, is there any already made market for rabbit? I would say yes and no, because you need to explore the market. Presently in the Southwest, we have so many WhatsApp groups where you can actually market your rabbit. If you belong to that group, then it's going to be very easier for you to sell your rabbit. But if you don't belong into it, you may have a accolade task before you can sell them. However, if you come into the research community, the university, if you are very close by to the university, you can actually make them to be aware that you have rabbits that they can use for their research. So that's another market that you can explore. Thank you. The third question here is, what's your stake in keeping a large population of pigs but having challenges with the staff's and adequate feed accessibility? Now, that's why I said we need to engage in workers' education. Majority of the farms that I have visited and we have established, workers are usually the problem. The feed accessibility may not actually be so difficult. If you can cut our onions, if you can know what we need to do and do it on time. So what we ought to do in this is that when you have a large stake of pig, number one is to write a good feasibility and identify where we are going to get this feed and at what cost. Many people go into piggery believing that the pig will survive only on PKC or only on beauty waste. This cannot be suffice for them alone. In fact, you have to have a lot of medical issues. So if there is a feasibility study, if you can actually know who is going to supply what and at what cost, and will it be sustainable, then there won't be feed problem. But for the workers issue, it's like a general problem, but you need to engage in workers' education. And that's one is going to help them to be able to come out of those doldrums, and then we make a good profit out of it. This question says, what is the best management for bloat in rabbit? Number one is to look at what we are feeding them. Hope is not too wet, hope is not too moldy. If we can look at what we are feeding them, then there won't be bloat. But once there is bloat, we may have to come into the clinic for medical attention. The bloat in rabbit is not easily punctured like that in ruminant. And so we need to understand that very well so that we try to prevent bloat. And that's why I mentioned that diseases is one of the challenges, or it is only that I didn't break the diseases down into viral, bacterial, metabolic, or nutritional diseases. So we need to look at that very well. Then the value chain of rabbit production. I may not be able to mention all now, but you know, in the rabbit production, you have the feed producer, you have the cage, those who make the cage, you have those who buy the rabbit for sale alone, you have those who only buy the winners, and you have those who are interested in buying the urine or the manure. So those are the value chain that I can remember. You also have us as veterinarians, where we come in to look at your animals and treat them. So we need to look at that very well. And if you can actually observe that value chain, then you are going to make a good thing out of it. Then how do you convert big waste into ecosystem? As I mentioned, Number one, you can turn pig manure, you can turn them into generation of biogas. If you have expertise, I have somebody in Ibadan who can help in that, who is an expert in converting pig manure into biogas, where you can generate cooking gas that you can use to cook and to lighten up your farm. That's number one. But if you don't have that money, you can actually look for an expanse of land where you can turn the waste into and begin to use them as manure. As I told you, currently on the farm now, we are preparing a place. We have only two plantain and one pawpaw, but we are preparing a place where we want to utilize all of them and plant plantain around the farm to serve as number one, as insulator to the heat, and then eventually we are going to use them for economic basis on the farm. So that's why you can use how you can utilize the pig manure. That is it. Then can poultry feed be used in rabbitry? Yes, but it may be very expensive. It may not be so economical. And again, we need to consider the issue of bloat here again. You know, they are iron-gone fermenter. If you are not giving them enough grass, that's where the issue of bloat comes in if you are using poultry feed. So if you are using poultry feed, it must not be consistent. You need to look for grasses that you can supplement, and then you will be able to minimize the cost that you spend on the rabbit or on the production. Now, how do we advise rabbit farmers on how to prevent mortality associated with rabbit in rainy season, mostly as a result of Pastorella? I mentioned this one earlier, is to provide a warm environment. And just like we do in poultry, where you have to look for a tarpaulin to prevent rain from splashing into the poultry house. So during the rainy season, we need to look for insulator that will not allow a buildup of cold within the house. And that is what we need to do. Now, this question says, please, what breed of rabbit will you recommend for rearing in the Southwest or Middle Belt region? If I deliberately kept silent on the breed of those animals, because personally to me, breed usually don't matter. They try very well. I will mention the breed now. They try very well. But what really matters most is your management. And that's why I didn't mention so much about the breed of the animal. But in the Southwest, we have chinchilla, we have New Zealand white, and we have others like that are thriving. Whether in the Southwest, whether in the Middle Belt, you can raise any of these breed. But you need to get your management right. It's the management that is the most important. Whether for pig, in the pig now, you have what you call the exotic breed that are pure breed. They are imported, they are thriving very well, but they are very, very expensive. And you have the cross breed that we are just managing. And then we have our local breed. The cross breed will be the one that I will first of all suggest that you start with based on the cost. But if you have enough money, you can go into the exotic breed, but they are very expensive. The same thing goes for the rabbit. So that's why I deliberately kept quiet about the breed that is available. But whatever breed that you are managing, they can survive in our Southwest and in Nigeria, and your management will actually aid them. And then, can rabbit be raised solely on grasses? What grasses are recommended? Sincerely yours, sir. Rabbit can solely be raised on grasses. Now, you have Centrosema pubescens that you can give them. You have maize leaves that you can give them. You have, I can't remember some of these grasses now. If I remember them, I will make you to know. But don't forget, I said they are iron-gone fermenter. So when you get to the secum, they are going to ferment and then utilize this grass very well. So they can be raised solely on grass. Albeit, if the grasses are not enough for them, the production may not be maximized. And that's why you need to supplement. As I'm telling you, on the farm, in Teaching and South Farm in UI, for those who have opportunity to come to UI, you can check my own portion that I use. I feed them solely on kitchen waste, nothing added. Kitchen waste. I gather the remnant from the canteen in the university community from different hall of residence, and there are particular hall that you won't eat head of fishes that's for pig. So they are fed mainly on kitchen waste, no other thing added. And we are gathering our data, we are utilizing them. But don't forget, I have only 6 sows now CSAL units. So those quantity may be enough. If they are more than that, we may have to look for other supplements if those kitchen wastes are not enough. So if you are looking for grasses and you can get enough, they can sincerely be try very well on grasses alone. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. This is so elaborate and so refreshing. Thank you, Dr. Olusoji, once again. And thank you for your responses. Like I said, we may need to keep your contacts and probably avail them to people who want to talk to you behind the scenes, who really want to start this business. Thank you so much. We appreciate. At this juncture, and I want to thank the veterinary community for your patience, for your resilience. Thank you, thank you, thank you once again. In fact, you have shown yourself to be real veterinarians. This is what we are known for, resilience. Because, you know, like we said, from lecture days, it has been like this. And so now we are in the continuing education. It is, you know, the same way it is. Even on the field, it is the same way. Your resilience, your courage, your strength. I salute this afternoon. At this juncture, I want to hand over to the Acting Registrar of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria to, you know, give us his final words as we prepare to leave. Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity to be here with you on set.
Okay. Thank you so much, John Gatwa, for good moderation. Thank you also, my dear sister, Dr. Eileen Oputa, for good moderation. I'm glad we were able to co-anchor this event, and you people have done exceptionally very well. I want to bring us words from the President of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, who had sent me a private message on the fact that he was in the program at the university where new human doctors are graduating. And in the spirit of one world, one health, one medicine, I give him kudos for featuring in that program to show to them that we are one and to show that he's the father of all as the Vice Chancellor. So he sends his warm regards to us and is appreciating every one of us for keeping faith with the Veterinary Council of Nigeria in this second edition of our continuing education this year. I want to appreciate as many as have given us so many feedback on the fact that the output of the StreamYard and the YouTube channel that we are using to stream the program is coming out very nicely. We appreciate all those feedback. And I want to assure us that because we have streamed on YouTube, it's permanently saved there. And the link will be shared so that people can go ahead to watch it at various times that they want to make reference to them. We have also assured us that the document will also be shared on our platform so that you can see the hard copy, the soft copies rather, of those papers being presented. Let me start by appreciating our keynote speaker, Dr. Ayola Oduton, who we know very well is a leading vet when it comes to poultry industry globally. He has brought his wealth of experience to bear again today, and we cannot but say a very big thank you to you for giving us time out of your very tight schedule to be with us in this program. Let me also say a very big thank you to my own teacher, a one-time dean for the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Dean Postgraduate School, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, and Acting Vice Chancellor in Ahmadu Bello University's area. And even though he's retired, but he's not tired, he has also crossed down to Akwa Ibom to give back to his own state by becoming the Dean of Postgraduate College in that place, and he has done excellently well. It's not news that Prof was the provost of the College of Veterinary Surgeons, where he held the college without the presence of the board for a very long time. and had brought a whole lot of development. So thank you, Professor Jalat Uroro Mo, for coming on again to share with us out of your wealth of experience. Among our resource persons, you agree with me that he is the oldest among them. And you can see the quality of slides, the quality of paper he has brought to bear. We are grateful. Let me move on to say a very big thank you to my own teacher, Professor Solomon Oluwole Okaito, of the Wilson Sabbatical University of Jos, for the program, for the very good presentation in this continuing education. We appreciate you so dearly, and we are very, very grateful for your time. We also want to appreciate very sincerely Dr. Ishak Bello. Each time I listen to him, I'm always amused and impressed. If you see him walking on the road, you will not know how highly placed he is. Very simple, very humble, and easygoing. Thank you, sir, for that, because today he has other commitments, but he said he will ensure that he is on the call. And you can see how he has done very well in passing across that message to us. I also want to say a very big thank you to the Pioneer Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Agriculture, Zuru State. Despite your schedule and not even being in the country, you were able to join to give us that wealth of experience on leishmaniasis. It's actually a very, very timely topic, and thank you for doing justice to it. The good news is that all of these are on the YouTube. All of these are easy reference for us as veterinarians. And let me come down to my own brother, Dr. Abiola Olusoji. Dr. Abiola Olusoji John is of the University of Ibadan, and you see the energy he has brought into that topic, you know, and it's very, very plain. We can go into raising rabbits, especially for those of us who are not too familiar with the terrain of pigs, because of some of the things we might consider not palatable. But rabbits is something we can go into. And for people like me who like pork meat, piggery is actually a way to go. And of course, like he said, you can do that with wastes and so many other things, so that nothing is wasted in our society. Thank you to every of those speakers. And I want to quickly say a very big thank you to all our esteemed audience. You are the best. Thank you for making our day. Thank you for coming online to listen. Thank you for being a very good audience. Thank you for your participation. And thank you so much for keeping the flag flying in your various field of endeavor. I want to say a very big thank you to the board members for granting us the opportunity to do the little we can. We do appreciate every one of them. They are very, very busy for the past 3 days in a retreat, trying to ensure that the veterinary profession gets a direction. So we appreciate you, all board members. And let me not forget our man behind the camera, Mr. Kwangs. I call him Asu. Thank you so much. He came very early today, set up everything, and ensure that things are working fine, using different networks to ensure that we have a network on this program. Thank you so much for always being resourceful. Kwangs is highly resourceful when it comes to his technicalities of his job. He's very, very sound. We appreciate you so well. And from here, from everybody in the studio, want to wish you a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance, because that is the season. God bless you all, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
you.